All right, we're going to be going live in just a few moments. It is going to be quite the show today, folks. We're going to have a great conversation, I think. It's going to be, we're going to cover a lot of ground: international, domestic policy, your money, your taxes, the economy. It's going to be a big deal. There is a lot that is happening right now that is affecting your life, that is going to be devastating for many people. A lot of surprises that are going to be coming up. And we're going to be handling all of that very, very shortly. We're just waiting for all the streams to catch up, and then we're going to be starting up live. Normally, I put some music on right now, but every time I do that, Facebook and YouTube give me several hits against this. They try and silence us, so that's why we don't have any intro music. But with that said, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is October 9th. It's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we are live with you to hear your voices on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, to hear everything that you have to say. Matter of fact, I just need to move that over a little bit so you can see better. There you go. And we're looking forward to seeing your comments, your tweets, your chats, and you can call into the program at 607-242-1582. Tell us what you think. Matter of fact, I'm making sure that the phone is on right now. Where is my... There it is. All right. And I'm just making sure the phone is plugged in for you right now. There you go. So we are live and ready to take your calls. Yes, we're going to be talking about women's rights in the Middle East. We're going to be talking about microaggressions in Las Vegas. We're going to talk about missiles that can potentially attack the United States, Japan, North Korea. We're going to talk a little bit about New York City with Eric Adams, illegal aliens, what's going on with Kamala Harris, gun control and how that's changing the landscape in America, as well as what's secretly happening in New York State with the Human Rights Division, something that's happening behind your back using your tax dollars and will affect your community throughout New York. And no one in the news media is telling you about it. We're going to cover all of that. Jason is the first one to comment today, and he says, let's see if you get banned today talking about the vax recommendations in Florida. I'm sure that would do it. Actually, they changed a lot of the rules on that because, like mask mandates, we've seen that that's not effective, so a lot of things could change. But we're going to talk about a lot of things. And most of all, we look forward to hearing your comments. Like from Jason, you too can comment on YouTube, Facebook. You can reach us to call in 607-242-1582 to let us know what you think about what's happening. And please remember, this is not limited to just the United States. Anywhere in the world, you can call in and reach us. I'm just updating the live stream as we speak to make sure people know what this is all going to be about. So bear with me 1 second as I'm doing some behind the scenes updates here so that everyone can see the sources of everything we're going to be talking about and more. Oh, it's going to be quite a day. Bear with me. It takes a second for... Don't have staff here, so I do it all myself, folks. Okay. So with that up to date, let's get started and talk about some of the things that are happening right now, things that are affecting you and everyone across the world. I want to start off with the international. Often on the program, we start with international news, going into domestic news, and then mixing it up based on your comments. I want to start with what's happening. Women's rights are one of the biggest issues that we hear about on a regular basis. If you may recall, we've heard about women's rights, not just in the United States in terms of abortion, but we hear about what America must do for women's rights around the world. We spend over $10 million a year to introduce women's rights and gender studies in Pakistan. That's your tax dollars. We spend hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars around the world to introduce and support women's rights everywhere in the world. And this is because the progressive ideology wants to make sure that there is intersectionality in every part of the world. This is part of their movement to increase the progressive ideology socialism in the world. Now, hello, Ron. Hey, Ron. Ron mentions, what are your thoughts about the potential Armageddon? It's not a potential Armageddon. Just to put it succinctly, that I don't think is realistic because, as I have always said, it's not World War III, it's 3 regional wars. I'm going to get into in just one second, and I think it kind of plays into the international policy and women's rights. You see, we constantly hear about that, and we spend billions a year to try and improve that, to promote that idea, intersectionality, because we want to introduce, or at least the progressives want to introduce, this socialist idea. And it's being rejected in Italy, in Sweden, in Chile. Around the world, we are seeing a movement more towards a conservative government in every government around the world. Why is that? Because under the Biden-Harris administration, the world is seeing a lack of leadership and a lack of consistency. They have no guts to what they are talking about. And that is being reflected when we see this around the world in the fact that time and time again, every time there is a conflict, something that the United States is trying to promote, they will not follow through, which means there's no reason to take them seriously. As an example, we know that in Iran, there has been a large uprising amongst the people. They've been talking about, there was a young woman, 22 years old, was killed for not wearing a hijab, a head covering, and allowing her hair to be seen. This has made many of the women in Iran absolutely angry. There are riots that are going on amongst the students there. And the United States is doing exactly the same thing that we did under the Obama administration when there was the Green Movement in Iran, where moderates and Democrats were trying, or those seeking democratic rule, try to take over Iran, which would have stabilized the Middle East. It would have made more peace in the world. It would have helped to stop the leader of global terror in the world and reduce the ability of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps from being able to commit global terror. That would have been great. But the Obama administration did nothing about that. They left them on their own. And right now we're seeing that the Biden administration is doing nothing. They're not helping the situation. And I find it interesting because the story is getting pushed away. It is going away, and the news media doesn't want to talk about it. They don't want to address it, kind of like with the Armageddon. We're seeing that even though Iran has already addressed this, the United States is relatively quiet. Where is that statement that women have rights, that they should be able to drive, they should be able to go to work, they should be able to go to schools? Why aren't we saying anything about that? Why aren't we hearing the progressives attacking the Biden-Harris administration for not doing enough for an issue that they want to promote and that our tax dollars go to? And I think the simple answer is because we don't care. The progressives do not care. It's the same thing that we have seen in Afghanistan. Remember, just a year ago, sexual violence against women in the Taliban in Afghanistan has been rising because the Taliban has control. Because we are seeing the progressive left don't care. They like the headline. They like it when they can use it to their advantage in elections. But once it gets past that, once they've gotten an election, once they've gotten their leaders in place, they don't care about the issue. They don't care about women in Iran. They don't care about women in Afghanistan. Because you don't hear about women in Afghanistan. Just like you don't hear about the Americans that were abandoned in Afghanistan. Somewhere between 2,000 and 5,000 Americans remain in Afghanistan to this day, over a year, and the Biden administration won't even bring them up, will not address them at all, because they lied to the American people 6 times on national TV. They told you that they got everyone out, that they got everyone but 100 people out. There are between 2,000 and 5,000 Americans still there, and they won't talk about it because they don't care. The Biden-Harris administration has no concern whatsoever, just like they have no concern about the women in Afghanistan that they have allowed to be abused by the Taliban. And in fact, according to this is foreignpolicy.com, reputable internationally, the Biden and Harris administration is using $3.5 billion of our money, and it's going straight to the Taliban. This is helping to destabilize the Middle East and destabilize the world. In fact, and I quote, Omar Joya, an economist formerly with the World Bank and Afghanistan's central bank, describes the Afghan fund, which was created by the Biden-Harris administration, as a windfall for the Taliban, saying it effectively pays their bills while relieving them of responsibility for managing an economy suffering from the political shock of the republic's fall, as well as natural disasters that have disrupted agricultural production and supply chains. They go on to say, and I want to quote again, transferring part of the reserves to a fund to finance humanitarian projects and reduce the fiscal pressures from the Taliban will not help much with the ongoing economic recession and crisis. On the contrary, it will further support the Taliban leaders by easing fiscal pressures and providing them with windfall gains. Nothing will change for the poor. They will continue to cope with lack of jobs, no source of income, deprivation, soaring food prices. Does that sound familiar to everyone? Does that sound familiar? Let's see. We are not helping Afghanistan or the Americans in Afghanistan or the women in Afghanistan or the women in Iran. Just like in the United States, we have rising food prices and a food shortage with no plan. We have inflation skyrocketing with no plan. We have energy costs. Electricity is increasing. We have no plan. We have no international reputation because OPEC just slapped Biden-Harris in their faces, and it cut the amount of oil that the United States will be able to receive and the rest of the world. We see that there is no plan to help anyone in the world because they're not concerned about it. They're looking for the next election. And that's the problem. Now, how does that key into what you were asking about, Ron, about the potential of Armageddon? The only reason that we have a potential for Armageddon, the only reason why we are concerned and why Joe Biden is even mentioning this is because of the policies and lack of respect and leadership that he has put on display. Because when we have a weak leader in the United States, someone who is not willing to stand by the very things that he is telling us we should be standing by, the rest of the world reacts. That's why we're seeing North Korea firing missiles. That's why we're seeing Iran trying to abuse its own women. Why we see Afghanistan and the Taliban continuing to abuse women and get paid. It's why we're seeing that there is no strength behind the EU and the United Kingdom when it comes to the Ukraine. I mean, people are giving money, and that's really not that much. The United States has given $60 billion. That's about the top 5 countries combined. No one is really supporting this because they don't trust Joe Biden. And they haven't trusted him since the day that he got in office. Now, Trump would do something completely different. Everyone would agree with that. Whether that would be good or not is another question. But what we are seeing is with this lack of leadership, with this lack of conviction on the issues that they're telling us are important, we're seeing that the world is destabilizing. Because if there is no leadership, if there is no authority, if there is no conviction behind the things that are being told, then there's anarchy. If the laws don't apply and if there is no one to enforce those laws, then there is anarchy. We are seeing that in democratic cities across this nation, year after year after year, as crime is rising, as violence is rising, and we have bail reform releasing these criminals within an hour of being arrested, if they are arrested, if they happen to be charged. And we're seeing that on the international level too. It's the same problem domestically as it is internationally. And it is harming nations around the world, which is why Sweden, Italy, Chile, and many other nations are becoming more and more conservative because they recognize the progressive policies increase anarchy, not decrease it. That crime and criminals and the deranged are encouraged, not disencouraged. Meanwhile, we hear from our government that if you happen to mention that, if you actually question our government, as is our First Amendment right, well, then you happen to be the bad guy. You must be an extremist, which we do not agree with on this channel. And if you think that we have got that wrong, if we misunderstand, then please do call into the show, 607-242-1582. Tell us how we misunderstand that. Leave us a comment on Facebook or YouTube, as you see with Ron, Jason, John Cordisco. Tell us how we have gotten that wrong. We want to hear your voice because we believe in conversation. We believe in being informed and understanding the consequences of what is happening. Because if you're only waiting for the news media, well, the news media is trying to hide the stories from you, whether it's the lack of conviction in Iran or the complete failure in Afghanistan, or whether it's the increasing crime in our cities, all because we lack leadership and we have fallen into this trap of believing that the socialist ideas, the progressive ideas of releasing criminals and absolving them of any accountability for their actions is somehow a positive. And they cover that up with the fact that they say, well, if you disagree, then you must be racist, you must be sexist, you must be transphobe. No, we believe in law and order because we want a society, and we want a society that is peaceful. I think that's pretty straightforward, and I think it's pretty transparent, but the media doesn't want to tell you that. In fact, what they want to do is say, see, there's the international instability. That's why you have to keep the guys in charge. You have to re-elect the Democrats and the socialists and the Democratic Socialists of America across the nation because there's instability. This is always their go-to answer. Because there's instability, you have to keep the leaders in place. But it's actually those leaders that created the instability. They created the environment for the higher crime, the higher violence, the worse economies, the recession. They're the reason why we have to deal with these things. So it would actually be in our best interest not to keep them. And as we have said on this program, I don't care what political party preference they may have. If someone is elected and they are inefficient, if they are ineffective, if they cannot provide leadership, they shouldn't be in elected office, no matter who it may be. But we are seeing that with the rule of the Democrats in Congress and in the White House, they are failing massively. If someone thinks I am wrong, I'm open to hear how I've misunderstood. If you think we're doing a lot to help the women of Iran, if you think we're helping the women of Afghanistan, if you think it's okay that we are allowing the Taliban to have $3.5 billion on top of the weapons we have provided to them, on top of the money that we have already given to them, if you think that's in the best interest of the world and global stability, I would like to hear that argument. Please tell me how I misunderstand that, because I think it's very important. And if you can't have international stability, you don't have national stability. That's why we have problems in our country. We're applying the same lack of plans, the same lack of leadership, the same lack of legislation to the United States as we are to the world, and everyone is suffering as a consequence of it. Not everyone would agree. I think it's pretty apparent. But I am open to hearing what you have to say. I know, not everyone's interested in what's happening around the world. Not everyone in our audience is, although we have people watching the program from the United Kingdom, in India, in Peru, Canada, Mexico, actually about 100 countries out of the world watch this program. Not everyone's interested in the international aspects of the failures in the Biden-Harris administration. What's happening domestically? Well, before we can get to that, what's happening to our allies? Let's ask this question. What's happening to Japan? What's happening to South Korea? What's happening in Taiwan? What are we seeing? Because when I say that the world is getting destabilized, that it's getting more and more dangerous for everyone, let's just think about how many missiles has North Korea fired? hypersonic missiles that we cannot shoot down, that are a threat to our allies and to the United States because North Korea has a nuclear weapon? Let's ask that question. I think it's very important. How many missiles have been fired? In fact, there have been at least 32, possibly 34. There have been at least 3 missiles fired by North Korea per month throughout the entire year of 2022. It is more missiles that have been fired than in any presidency ever. And in fact, more than most presidencies combined. This is insane. And this is a direct statement. Just like what we see with Iran and Afghanistan, this is North Korea saying they have no respect for Joe Biden. Just like with OPEC, there is no respect for Joe Biden. There is no confidence in his ability to lead, nor Kamala Harris. They are looking at these leaders and they are laughing. And they are telling our allies, whether those allies be Israel or Japan or South Korea or Europe, they are saying that the United States is not strong enough, does not have strong enough leaders under Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, General Milley, to be able to protect their allies or to protect our interests, and we do not care about our own citizens. There is no confidence in America at this moment, and there is great reason not to. They fired 2 missiles just in the last 2 days. On Sunday, today, they fired 2 missiles at Japan, our ally. And at the same time, China is saying the United States will not protect you. And they are saying to people in Taiwan, America will not protect you, and that they are going to expand their communist nation. And our allies are left on their own. They have no idea what to do. A lot of people may say, well, Mike, North Korea is not that big a deal. It is a big deal. Because if any nation does not have confidence in the United States, in our military, which is shrinking, if they don't have confidence in our leadership, like with the economy, if they don't believe that we're going to stand up for our allies and our own people, well, then they're going to be willing to attack us. This is why we have caught terrorists entering our southern border, trying to assassinate our former presidents and former members of the White House. We are seeing this. We have caught 6 individuals trying to commit acts of treason on our territory, on our soil. That's the ones that we know of. And they were mixed in with the 5 million illegal aliens that have been crossing our border just in the last 19 months. And we don't see that number slowing down at all. That's why this is important. The number of missiles, the fact that North Korea is firing off these missiles with impunity, without any concern whatsoever, without any fear of repercussions from the United States, that just tells you Russia is not a worry. It has no worries about what's going to happen in the Ukraine because the United States doesn't have the balls to do anything about it. China is emboldened to try and take over Taiwan because Joe Biden doesn't have the balls. Again, I want to go back to what Ron had mentioned. Ron Stafford said, what are your thoughts about a potential Armageddon? Because Joe Biden is trying to scare you to keep the leadership in place, to maintain power. Because if he was truly worried about the potential of an Armageddon, his first statement to the Ukraine would be, you're not getting into NATO. That we will not support the Ukraine in NATO and we will not get into a war with Russia. That means there is no nuclear Armageddon. We're not advancing. Because the very thing that is about to lead to this, the thing that Russia has been worried about, in fact, the very first complaint that Russia placed on the United States about Ukraine is they can't be in NATO. It was back in January of 2022 that Russia said, if NATO guarantees that the Ukraine is not going to become a member, they would not invade. Whether or not Vladimir Putin was lying at that moment doesn't really matter. We know that this was one of their major concerns. And here it is, Ukraine is asking for immediate entrance into NATO, and the United States is sitting back and saying, well, let's see what the rest of the members say. Where is the leadership? Where is the assurance? Now, I understand that's not nice for NATO, for the Ukraine. I understand it puts them at risk. But what's the greater risk? The people of Ukraine or United States citizens and the potential of a nuclear war with Russia? Which one is more important? User has been banned has joined us. Hello, user has been banned. Hi, everyone. PayPal now wants to take away $2,500 from misinformation. PayPal is also a big problem. But I was just going through how the instability that we are seeing around the world that is increasing is directly tied to the lack of leadership coming from the United States under the Biden-Harris administration and from the leaders, the Democratic leaders that have been going around the world trying to tell people, no, the United States has got a plan. We're right there with you. And no one believes them. And that means we are more in danger than ever before. We are seeing more global terrorism that is taking place. We are seeing more terrorists enter the United States. We are seeing more actions from rogue nations that are harming more and more people because there is no plan and no one has respect for Joe Biden, who walks around a room and doesn't know where he's supposed to sit down without having a cue card in his hand telling him exactly what he's supposed to do. I think this is terrifying, folks. But I know a lot of people who watch the program in the United States aren't that concerned about international policy. But I want to emphasize that this is connected to our domestic policy, that what is happening around the world is impacting you. Whether you're on a vacation to another country or whether you're here home, it is still hurting you. Because what we are doing around the world is what we are doing here. And just like we are seeing crime increase in the United States, we are seeing violence around the world. They are connected. Yes, user has been banned. The world does see this, yet the American citizens don't. In part because the major news media doesn't want to tell you the full story. They don't want to tell you about the failures that we are having in Iran. They don't tell you about the fact that we have abandoned Americans and we're not helping the Afghan women like we promised. Remember, you are promised on September 1st of 2021, you were promised that the Biden-Harris administration would not forget the women of Afghanistan, that we would make sure that there would be no money going to Afghanistan unless women were able to go to school, they were able to drive cars, that they were able to have jobs. None of that is happening, and we're giving them $3.5 billion, which is going straight to the Taliban, the same people that we gave an entire military to under the Biden-Harris administration when they ran away and left every single weapon, every single ammo, every bullet. We gave it to them, and we're giving them more. And the world is destabilizing because of it. User has been banned mentions, I'm shocked the Solomon Islands actually went through the deal, of course, after the stuff about China was removed. Well, yes, the Solomon Islands, they were refusing to abide by a guideline from the United States. Again, it's the lack of leadership. The fact that they even said that a policy from the United States was to be considered, was to be put off, instead of automatically saying, sure, of course, is a statement in the lack of confidence of the Biden-Harris administration. Again, this is affecting America directly. And part of the reasons why we see this lack of confidence is the rest of the world, just like American citizens, are seeing that Hunter Biden, who has been under investigation for over 3 years, where we have had multiple news agencies internationally look at Hunter Biden, look at what he has been doing, and seeing the crimes that he has committed, verifying the crimes that he has committed, providing the evidence of the crimes that he has committed. We've seen this over and over again. You've seen the photos. You've seen the emails. You've seen the documentation that has been verified by Hunter Biden, by Joe Biden, by the White House, by Democrats, and even left-leaning news media. It has all been confirmed. I know they told you in 2019, it's not really true. They told you in 2020, don't believe the laptop. Don't believe the evidence that is being presented right in front of your eyes. And then for 2 months later, 4 months later, 6 months later, 2.5 years later, we see the evidence be confirmed over and over again. Those very same left-leaning sources all are coming out and telling you it's all true. That everything that we feared, everything that we thought was true, is absolutely true. And again, that takes away the confidence. It takes away the confidence in the United States. It takes away the confidence internationally. Because if we don't have the rule of law in America, how can we enforce the rule of law in the world? How can we support NATO or the UN if we can't even support our own people? If the corruption is so obvious and up to the highest levels of our government, in the most powerful seat of political power in the world, the presidency, if it reaches that level, how can you trust anything that is happening there? Put it another way, we know that CNN has been absolutely biased, and they have admitted. We've seen the fake news stories from NBC, USA Today, NBC. They have admitted these things. We have seen the plagiarism, the false news articles that they have been making, and people do not trust our news media. With good reason. The major media is lying to you. They are hiding things from you. They are manipulating you, both because of an authority bias and emotional manipulation. The same thing is happening in our leadership, whether it be Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. We're having the same impact, and the world is seeing it. And again, just like we see in our cities, crime is rising. Large city, small city, crime is rising because there is no leadership. There is no consequence for breaking the laws. And that's true internationally. So again, this brings it back together. And we see that, and probably the easiest way, the biggest example of that is Hunter Biden, I think. Now, let me ask you. I know user has been banned says he thinks that Hunter Biden will get a pardon, and that Hunter Biden equals Russia disinformation. Then it's true, but Hunter's a good boy. That's the answer that we get. Do you think that Hunter Biden will get a pardon? Because I don't think so. Hang on a second. I want to just comment on this. Hunter Biden should not get a pardon. He should go to jail. And I hope that he does go to jail because he's violated gun laws. He's violated taxes and money. He's involved in corruption and influence peddling. We can't trust Joe Biden at this moment in any actions he takes with China because his son is getting paid tens of millions of dollars to push China, to be pro-China. How can we, and we got to think about this, how can we not consider the fact that China decided to open up a police department in New York City at the same time that Joe Biden is in office and Hunter Biden is accepting millions of dollars from the Chinese government to influence his father? Doesn't that seem to be connected? Now, you can say, Mike, well, that's a conspiracy theory. That's illogical. Well, what we do know that is a fact is that there is a Chinese police department operating on U.S. soil, enforcing Chinese Communist Party laws. That is a fact. It is documented, it is accepted, it's been proven internationally. We know that. That violates international law. It violates United States law. That is a fact. We know this is true. So we know that. We know that Hunter Biden has made business deals with China, many of them. We know he's received millions of dollars for those contracts and that business influence. We believe, it has not been confirmed completely yet, that Joe Biden is receiving 10% of all the money that Hunter Biden is receiving. And that Hunter Biden speaks with his father on a regular basis about many of these issues. Is it that hard of a leap to say, gee, Hunter Biden is influencing his father on behalf of the Chinese Communist government? And at the very least, shouldn't we investigate that? Shouldn't the American people have the transparency to know whether or not Joe Biden is involved in corruption? And you can't tell me the Democrats aren't corrupt. We've seen that in New York State on a regular basis. Remember, there was Lieutenant Governor Benjamin, who had to resign in disgrace because of his corruption. Andrew Cuomo had to resign because of his corruption. Former Senator Al Franken, who Josh Riley, candidate for the New York 19th, used to work for, had to resign because of his actions, although that was Me Too related. But we can't say that Democrats are above and beyond corruption. I forget I think it was a Louisiana representative in Congress who had $90,000 sitting in his refrigerator freezer. All of it corrupt. He was being bought off. What about Charlie Rangel and his properties he owned around the nation, all tax-free? All the business trips that we see Democrats take on a regular basis, paid for by the same special interests that they are trying to promote right now. We can't say that Democrats aren't corrupt. We can't say that they're above reproach and therefore we should not investigate them. We should be investigating them and we should have the transparency. Part of that transparency is that Hunter Biden needs to go to jail. At the very least, he needs to be put in front of a courtroom and the investigation shown. And that's something that, and I'm going to get to the comments in just 1 second, but we know that the evidence has been sitting for over 6 months. That's probably the biggest thing about this. This is known. This isn't a new thing. The FBI did the investigation. They verified what the news media has already verified. They have confirmed that charges do exist. And Attorney General Merrick Garland is playing politics because the Department of Justice has not put out charges, even though the FBI has an investigation and evidence that has been proven over and over again for years. How is that not corruption? And that's widespread corruption at the highest levels of our government. Attorney General Merrick Garland, Joe Biden. Who else is connected to this? The FBI? The CIA? Shouldn't we have that confidence in our leadership, whether it's in the intelligence agencies, the news media, or especially our government in the executive branch? This needs to be addressed. Am I wrong, folks? Is there anyone anywhere in the world that thinks I am wrong about what I am saying here? Let's go to the comments. User has been banned says, I haven't looked, but I bet crime is back to 1980s, 1990s levels, if not higher. Well, if you're talking about New York City, it's at the 1970s level. We're seeing women that are being stabbed to death on the New York City subway. We're seeing people that are being pushed in front of subway cars. I'm old enough to remember the 1970s in New York. I'm old enough to remember what 42nd Street used to look like before it became Disneyfied and bought out. And the fact is, the type of crime we had in the 1970s is the type of crime we have today. And the problem then is the same problem today, that we are not enforcing the laws because people are having a light touch. Democrats will not let us punish criminals for committing crimes. They're being excused. Well, it's because of racism. It's because of systemic racism. It's because they have no choice. It's the, what is it they call it? The school to prison pipeline. No, it's because individuals have chosen to commit crime. It's not because of inflation. It's not because of jobs. It's not because of some white privilege. Individuals are deciding to commit crimes. In fact, they're also deciding to commit mass murders because they have made that decision. No one else, no one's up there holding the gun, holding their hand on the trigger and pulling the trigger for them. That isn't happening. They're not deciding to go around like the subway, the New York City subway shooter, a black supremacist who made the decision to pull out a gun and shoot white people because he believes in white supremacy. I don't blame white liberals for that. Well, maybe a little bit I do. But he ultimately made that decision. That wasn't a decision by the black population of America or New York City. That wasn't a decision that was made by anyone in the government. He made the decision to take a terroristic act, an act of true demonic evil. And he should be punished for that. What about the man who tried to stab with a bladed brass knuckles? He tried to stab Lee Zeldin on stage. We all got to see the video. We saw the live stream of it. I had one of the people who took the live stream on this program talking about it. And what was the answer from the appointed governor, Kathy Hochul, the progressive movement? What did they say? Oh, bail reform, let him out. He just tried to kill a man in front of the public, and their answer was let him out of jail. An hour. That's the problem. And again, this goes back to the initial theme. There is no leadership. There is no fortitude to stick with the laws as they are written and enforce them. There is no accountability. And if we can't do that domestically, and we're not doing it internationally, the answer is anarchy every single time. That's why things are getting worse. That's why over 7.5 million people in 2021 got their first handgun. Many of them women, many of them, 40%, were black women, and many of them were Democrats. Let me go back a second, and I see your comment, Mike Bowie. Give me 1 second, I'll get right to it. And I see user has been banned, says, oh, he should be put in jail, but he will get none, and they will use this to impeach maybe. Should Joe Biden be impeached because of what Hunter Biden has done? I don't know. Let's do that investigation. I'm not going to prejudge him, unlike many people did with President Trump. They prejudged him on Russia collusion. 3 years later, 3 investigations, $35 million of your tax dollars. None of it's true. They prejudged him on his call with the Ukraine that no one actually heard, that never happened. But they tried to impeach him on that. I'm not going to prejudge Joe Biden. What I do know is there should be an investigation. What I do know is there is very substantial, very apparent circumstantial evidence that says that he is connected to corruption with China through his son, Hunter Biden, who has committed multiple crimes, and those crimes should be investigated, especially the connection with his own father, because that's the only way to give the American people confidence that we don't have a completely corrupt government that has been bought by foreign agents. Is that too much to ask for? If you ask Joe Biden in Philadelphia, if you ask Maxine Waters, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, Josh Riley, Antonio Delgado, Kathy Hochul, Gavin Newsom, Governor Whitmer, Governor Wolf, they will all tell you it's too much. You can't ask that question. They need to censor the internet so that no one can ask that question and no one can answer it. Isn't that even more corruption going on? News has been banned, says Cuomo pardoned a terrorist before leaving as well. Well, Cuomo himself was a pure example of corruption, killing 16,000 people and covering it up, assaulting 11 women, abuses with money. We know he's corrupt. Yet another example of the problem that corruption breeds. And then there's like, User Has Been Banned goes on to say, like when AOC claimed they just wanted bread. People that were rioting down in Manhattan and throughout the nation, that these riots, the BLM riots of 2020, were all about people who just wanted bread, which is why they broke into places like Circuit City to get plasma TVs, because they want bread. That's why they went out and they broke into car lots and burned down cars and stole cars, because they want bread, which you're never going to find. And maybe when we look at all these flash mobs that are going into the various gas stations across this nation, like in Philadelphia, or it was Pennsylvania, those kids, they're going in there. Yeah, they just wanted bread. That's why they're twerking on the countertops and destroying everything. They're jumping behind the cashier's area, and they're just throwing cigarettes at people and throwing cash and throwing gum at people because they just needed bread. Yeah, I don't think so. That is a failure of no leadership. And yet you're being told the only answer to that is to have less leadership. You're being told just reelect those Democrats because it'll be okay. Because if you disagree, you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're a homophobe. Let me go on with some of the comments here. User Has Been Banned says the backlash against the historical accuracy of the Woman King gives me hope. I didn't think that many were well enough educated to notice. That's more Hollywood. But yes, it's this message. Again, this message is being put out in social media, in the major news media, in our entertainment. We are being told a lie over and over again. And we're being told, don't question it. And the good news is, America is a nation of law and transparency. And when people lie to us, someone will speak up. That's what we're here to do today. Mike Bowie mentions corruption. We still don't know who killed Kennedy. Government equals corruption. I don't know why we still don't know who killed Kennedy. I mean, it's been over 50 years. I can't see a reason why the American people can't be told what all the government investigations have been able to find. There should be no reason why we cannot know this by now. So is that because of corruption? Is there a national security issue? I don't know. I can't imagine what national security issue has lasted for over 50 years and is still affecting America. I don't know. Unless it is something that the government or parts of the government were involved in, and therefore it would cause even less confidence in the United States government if it were to be known, just like we're seeing with Joe Biden. Just like we're seeing why Hunter Biden has not been arrested and will not, and mark my words, I don't think he's going to get arrested until after the November 22 midterm elections. It's not going to happen until Democrats no longer can lose power. That whatever the results of the election in less than 30 days, when that happens, then they'll be willing to tell you that there's a recession. Then they'll be willing to tell you that the economy is screwed up, that you're going to pay more for electricity, that there's going to be a food shortage. Then they're going to tell you that Hunter Biden's going to be arrested, and probably that there'll be a 25th Amendment used against Joe Biden to replace him. That's when you'll hear it. Only after Democrats have been able to save as much of the power that they wield as they can. Only after they have assured themselves of their place in our government. That's when they'll tell you the truth, not a second before. Mark my words. Okay, let me go on with some of the comments here. User Has Been Banned says, well, maybe Joe Biden's going to pardon his son, Hunter, and then they will impeach him based on his mental state. That is possible. That is very possible. But if that happens in that way, if we see that Hunter Biden, who we have evidence that the FBI has investigated, that charges are available and have been waiting to be put in place, if it is the fact that Joe Biden decides to pardon his own son, to absolve him of the crimes that he has committed, to basically blackmail the American people, just like he did in Ukraine when his son was under investigation by prosecutors in the Ukraine, and Joe Biden bragged that during the Obama administration that if the Ukraine did not end the investigation into his son, that the United States would no longer give them money. And suddenly, that same day, that prosecutor was fired. You know what? Is this one big abuse of government? Is this an abuse of power? I think it is. I want to hear what you have to say. Again, if you think I am wrong, if you think that Hunter Biden is innocent, if you think that we shouldn't investigate him, if you think this is just one big MAGA conspiracy, tell me why. Honestly, I want to hear from, especially from the left. Anyone can tell me whatever you think, but call in, especially if you think that this is just some MAGA conspiracy that the FBI and the news media, all of the news media, including the New York Times, they have confirmed the evidence of the crimes, the potential, the alleged crimes, let me say that we know that he has been influenced by international agents, which was not reported, that he did not pay for the taxes on. We know that he has made deals with the big guy getting a portion of that. We know that he has traded influence, introducing his father to international agencies and representatives around the world, that Joe Biden lied to the American people happening. Joe Biden lied that these things happened. We know that Hunter Biden has potentially committed crimes like falsifying documents and illegally disposing of a firearm that was covered up by the Secret Service. If you think that's wrong and that I don't have the evidence, if you think that the news media that has reported on this is wrong and that this is just Republicans playing politics, tell me why. Tell me what evidence refutes all of the information that is out there. Tell me how that doesn't add up to potentially corruption at the highest levels of our government. And the fact is, that's why we don't hear anything from the news media. That's why they're being quiet. Because they don't have an answer to refute this. They don't have an argument that says Hunter Biden is innocent. They don't have anything to back up their claim that this is just politics, that it's just Republicans playing politics for an election. They have nothing that points to that without confirming that this is corruption and that it is destabilizing the United States and the confidence in the world as well as the American people in the United States government at this time. Let me go back to the comments here. I think if I left an arm in a dumpster, they would if you left a weapon in a dumpster, they would throw the jail, never mind the book, at you. Yes, if a regular American citizen who was incapable, first of all, they'd throw you in jail if you were a felon and you signed the form saying that you weren't. If you mishandled your gun laws, I mean, think of what New York's doing right now. Think of what New Jersey, California, Illinois, Maryland, Delaware. Look at their gun laws. If you missigned or improperly signed a document with them, they would throw you in jail in a heartbeat. They'd strip you of your rights with the red flag laws. They'd be after you in a heartbeat to take away every single right you have and to throw you in jail for many years with a huge fine on top of it. If you and I did that. That's why this is corruption. That's why no one has confidence. And that's why the world has no confidence. Because the corruption is that deep. Yes, And I agree with you, user has been banned. You could almost throw away everything else. And Hunter Biden should be in jail if there is justice, if there is any fairness, if there is any, as the left likes to say, equity, then Hunter Biden should be in jail. He shouldn't have the white privilege, and it's not white privilege, it's a political privilege. It's the nepotism. If his father wasn't Joe Biden, if Nancy Pelosi's husband wasn't married to her, these people would be treated insanely differently than the way they're being treated right now. And I think we all know it. And as we lose more and more confidence in our leaders, in our elected leaders, the more and more we have less confidence in their ability to fairly and equally execute the law, the more crime goes up, the less confidence people have, the worse the economy becomes, the more destabilized the world becomes, the more we see countries like Russia, North Korea, Iran, and China take advantage of it. Does that make sense, folks? If you think I'm wrong, if it doesn't make sense, tell me why. I'm perfectly fine to hear that. I'm not brilliant. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm not the most brilliant person in American politics. I could misunderstand. There could be evidence that says that Hunter Biden is the angel that the news media want us to believe he is. I just have never seen it. I don't think it exists. But I could be wrong. I'm willing to hear that. So I think that's very important that we understand that this is the problem we're looking at. And I think it's starting to sink in because even NBC News at this point is admitting that there's a problem. All right, thank you for calling into the program. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. May I ask, what's the first name of the person calling?
Here's Johnny.
Hey, it's John Cordisco with us, folks. Hey, John.
AKA that pain in the behind from the north side.
Not a pain in my butt. Democrats may have a different opinion, though.
Well, yeah, I guess. I've been helping some Republicans' campaigns. I saw you had a little piece there on Sophia. That was interesting. It was an interesting little piece. For those of you, most of you people that watch Mike's channel aren't local, so you wouldn't know what we were talking about. So,
Well,
yeah, that was an interesting piece.
Well, all it was is I've interviewed a candidate. For those who aren't familiar, New York Assembly race for the 123rd District. I've interviewed in the past the incumbent, Donald Lapardo.
I don't know if you're not breaking up on YouTube, but you're breaking up just a little here.
Okay, that may be Facebook or the phone.
Okay.
But so I've interviewed the incumbent, Donald Lapardo. And for the election for 2022, I just raised the same questions that have been asked, and every candidate that's ever run against her since 2010, everyone has asked the same questions. They have the same problems. She has never resolved any of them. Is that worth voting for? It's a simple question. So
no, I understand the premise at all. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I mean, I really, I'm not. I help who I help, and I keep it on the QT. There's people in the Democrat Party. It's just I'm still friends with, and so I leave it as what it is. They think it's personal, and it really isn't.
No, it's politics. It's not personal. It's politics.
To get back on the subject, though, is why we lose faith in our leaders and all that stuff. Well, to be honest with you, to be perfectly fair, those are the ones they pick. But here's the problem. It's the other 45% of the people are getting screwed over. Those morons on the progressive side got exactly what they wanted. But the rest of us have to live with it. What the hell do you do?
Well, we cannot focus our nation on a single political ideology and expect that that's going to answer everything.
Well, they do. And there's nothing we can do to talk them out of their ideology. So what is the next step?
Well, the next step is that we re-elect new people. Now, whether that's a libertarian, a conservative, Green Party, Republican. I don't know. That's not my choice to make. That's for everyone who votes, and everyone should be voting, and more people should be out there voting now to make sure we get better people in who will respond and represent them rather than representing a political party. That's what I think should happen. That's the next step.
That's what I pray happens, because I know on the path we're going down now, God only knows how bad it will get. Whereas at least if you vote, I'm not so sure on the Senate. They'll probably take the Senate, the Republicans, but the House for certain. Will the old school Republicans come up, the neocons that you and I can't stand, the Mitt Romney types? I don't know. We'll have to see if there's enough MAGA Republicans to make a difference.
I don't think, it's not MAGA Republicans. Let's be honest.
Well, I shouldn't say MAGA. I mean the philosophy of it, the nuts and bolts of what they want to do with the country and what direction they want to put it. I call it MAGA. It's the same thing. I call it.
It's America first. It's American first, and it should be obvious.
America first. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean that should be obvious.
Well, it's like, unfortunately.
But think about that when they say that, especially when Joe Biden's saying it as if it's derogatory. What else is there? I'm an American citizen. What? I'm supposed to think Russia first? I'm supposed to think Germany first? I'm supposed to think Australia first?
No. You have to understand, if you're a nationalist like the new prime minister in Italy, which, by the way, here's the interesting part. I saw a meme that said Italy might be the oldest country in Europe. And now they have a female prime minister for their first time.
Yeah.
Why aren't the women in the world, including Kamala Harris and all that, congratulating her on being a female? I find that very fascinating.
No, but it's because just like the same people, the progressive leaders of tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, Democratic Socialists of America, they don't.
One of my favorite groups. I love those guys.
Oh yeah, they're fun people, but they don't believe I'm black because I don't agree with their politics.
That's what I was going to say next. That's exactly what I was going to say. You're not a woman unless you think like us. You're not black unless you think like us. You're not Hispanic unless you think like us, and right down the list.
Right. They get to decide who's whatever it may be. You don't get to decide. They're the progressives. I mean, Joe Biden said it during the election. You're not black unless you vote for him. He made that decision for you. Kamala's deciding.
Any one of the 100 things Joe Biden has said even before he got elected president, if Trump had said one of them, that would have been the end of him.
What you're talking
even
about?
Trump. Even Trump, who's basically a Teflon man in a lot of ways.
You mean if Donald Trump had said that all 7-Elevens are owned by Indians, that might have gotten a negative backlash?
You got to hear an Indian accent, or the kids used to put their rub their hands on my legs and watch the hair stand up. I mean, any one of those things would have been the end of them.
Yeah, and it should have been. And that's why previously Joe Biden could never run for president, because every time he spoke, he put his foot in his mouth, and everyone remembered that he's not just a gaffe machine, but he's
so they didn't vote for Joe Biden. They just vote for their ideology. They voted D, and they're just cult members. I think Tim Pool calls them city urban liberal types. Cult.
Yeah, but that's why people have to vote now.
We can't fix those people. They're not going to come around ever, at least in my lifetime. So what do people like you and I and the millions that think like us do? We
vote because they don't make up the majority. They're progressives, and every poll, in every study that has been done by the left-leaning media, we see that progressives only make up about 7% of the nation. They got a big voice. They have control of newspapers and entertainment, but they don't control the elections.
The Bolsheviks only had 12%. Doesn't take much.
It doesn't take much if no one else stands up, if no one else takes action.
No, I'm being the devil's advocate here. I just threw out those questions because I know the answer is voting. I just wanted to see, for the conversation for people that are listening as well. And might listen later, after you archive this.
No, that's perfectly fine. But I've always thought that, and I've always said that. And again, I'm not telling people who to vote for, but I'm telling you, if you're not voting for someone who's effective or has a plan, that has leadership, if you're not voting for that, you're going to get anarchy. And that's what we are seeing internationally and domestically. It is obvious and the facts are all in front of us, and we need to be transparent.
As the world economy starts to crumble, and I think it will get a lot worse before it gets better, then you have to ask yourself, use the logic of, let's say this area we live in, you and I live in upstate New York. Say this turned into the Walking Dead apocalypse, the worst case scenario ever. It's the smarter and the stronger people that are going to make it. That's a given. Now, that's going to happen, I think, in the world economies. The strongest countries, the ones that are more resilient, are the ones that are going to make it. And there's no country more resilient than the United States, and history has proved that over and over and over. And I'm hoping that we haven't pushed that limit yet.
I don't want us to hit that, but I think if we get something, we need a confidence builder. We need to see the investigation and the charges on Hunter Biden. We need to see him punished for the crimes that have been confirmed.
They'll get him on smaller charges. He'll say 0 jail time. He won't even get a weekend.
Probably. That's what everyone expects, which means he has to be punished properly, the same as everyone else in the nation.
It's like I committed 2 sexual assaults. I robbed a bank. I mugged 3 people. But then I stole money out of the collection plate in the church, and that's the one they charged me with, the collection plate, and they call it justice. That's exactly what's happening. And
it's terrifying.
Are the American people going to stand for it?
I hope not.
I read an article today that Maxwell's attorneys, that's Epstein's buddy, they put her in a minimum security prison in Florida now, against the judge's wishes and a lot of prosecutors. Make a long story short, she has until the end of 2023 to start naming names and take some of her time off. So maybe that will break things up. I don't know.
Well, that's yet another thing. The pedophiles that seem to be in every single one of these protests. You can't throw a stone without having a pedophile being arrested, some sexual criminal arrested.
Did you see the video on Matt Walsh there? They went after him. Where he gave his rebuttal. I put it on my YouTube channel, but it's also on Twitter. Did you see what he said?
Yeah, I'm part of it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was great. Kiss my blank.
Yeah, that's
the way everybody says. Well, why should you be so heavy-handed? No, we're going against an enemy that will do anything and say everything to defeat you. You can't kill him with kindness. Those days are over.
Well, we just need to be honest and transparent and hold them accountable. We can't continue to say, oh, you tried to stab Lee Zeldin in the throat in front of everyone, and, you get to walk out of jail.
Well, when you say hold them accountable, you make it sound like, well, they're going to see the error in their ways, and that's
no, I'm not saying that. No, I'm saying punish them, put them in jail, leave them in jail, have the trial. If they're proven guilty, give them the maximum sentence. Let's punish people.
I don't mean just criminals either. I mean, hold them accountable politically, ideology-wise. Hold them accountable will not make them change their ways.
I don't want them to make. No, I don't want them to change their ways. I want them to be elected out of office. That is holding them accountable. Elect them out of office.
But you're right. That's the first step. Now, the rest of the step is the cultural institutions, which Daily Wire and a lot of people are trying to take over slowly. It took 30, 40 years to get to this spot. We're not going to take over the culture war for probably another decade, but it's a good start.
We can recapture this faster. Here's the easy thing. When you put your hand, here's the example. If you put your hand on a hot stove, if someone says that's hot when you're a child, and they say, don't touch that, it's hot. And if you touch it, you're going to immediately pull your hand back and realize, oh, that's what hot is. I won't do that again. We're in the same situation in the nation. We are in danger. We are having anarchy grow in front of our face because we're becoming more and more socialist and communist. We're taking on more of these policies, these progressive ideas that are destroying our country. And every time the experiment is done, we get the same reaction. And we are starting to react just like if we touch something hot. We are pulling back. and we're saying not going to do that again. So I think it can happen faster than it took all the time for us to get to this point.
Well, I think in a lot of ways, it could come out in a very good thing. I'll tell you what I mean. This has been brewing on both sides, so to speak, for a very, very long time. This has been brewing. I'm a little bit older than most. I'll be 66 next month. I remember when these guys came up in the 70s, in the 80s, and they started picking up steam in the 90s, and they really accelerated when just prior to Obama got elected and during Obama's term. And now they have power and authority. Maybe Jefferson was right. A little revolution every now and then is a good thing. And we're going to have a battle. Now, I don't think it's going to be a military war. I think it's going to be a culture war. Whoever wins this culture war is going to win the country.
Yes, eventually. I mean, but the culture is turning as well. I mean, She-Hulk is failing. Rings of Power is failing. We are seeing all the woke, whether it's in comic books, it's in movies, it's in news media, with the prevalence of shows like this, shows like your own, Tim Pool. We are seeing a turn.
But it's starting to kill them. Disney is losing billions.
Yes.
Amazon committed $1 billion to future episodes of that prequel to Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
And that thing is a disaster. When these people start losing billions, they're going to stop. Money talks. I don't care if you're left or right. If you're in business and you're a woke business and your board of directors said, well, we lost $250 million last quarter, your stockholders are going to be really PO'd, and they'll change. Now, they might have changed their personal ideology, but they're certainly going to change how they represent themselves to the public.
Well, I think that you bring up a good point. And I think a lot of people think, well, I have to, if I don't keep going and falling in line, if I don't keep reelecting these people, well, that means I have to change my entire worldview. I have to change everything. And I can no longer be a Democrat or a liberal. I can't have my social views. That's not true. See, and they've made that equation. I think the media has really pushed that into people's minds. That, if you, just like Joe Biden, if you didn't vote for him, then you are an extremist. They're trying to make you think that if you don't fall in line, then you're the worst of the worst, so that you'll be scared to take.
I think a lot of that rhetoric is just to gin up their base, which I think they're afraid won't turn out in the midterm.
I think it's also to tell the independents that, if you don't follow, if you don't obey, then you are complicit. And they're trying to scare people away. Those independents that wouldn't support them, they're trying to cow them into silence. Just like if you say something on Facebook that Facebook doesn't like because the FBI told them not to like it, well, then they're going to ban you and you're going to be ostracized from social media.
I mean, as soon as this Twitter thing gets solved, Facebook is in a hell of a dilemma. They don't know what to do. In fact, you heard about the big PayPal controversy the last couple of days, right? Yeah. I use PayPal. Like I just sent some money to my son on PayPal a couple of hours ago, but I think I've used it twice since they've been in existence. But the thing of it is, though, they put in the fine print they can take $2,500 from me, and people went, whoa, wait a minute. And boy, did they backtrack in a hurry. So it's going to hurt them. They're going to lose a ton of money. People are going to leave a PayPal and go to other ways, and they're going to see how much money they're going to lose this last quarter of the year because of that nonsense. And maybe it'll shake up because I do have to say, I don't care if you're the CCP in China. Money still talks, no matter what ideology you have. And I think that's going to be the main factor, the inflation, people being, just pummeled financially, these huge corporations that are woke. The thing is, though, if a company like, say, Coke or PayPal or just Disney, they do this woke crap, there's no repercussions for them. There hasn't been for years. Because conservative people just won't push back, but now they're pushing back.
Well, they have to. I mean, and by the way, for people who may not have seen the most recent update on this, 39 minutes ago, according to Axios, which is a far left news publication, far left, Axios is saying PayPal won't find users for misinformation posts, for saying things that aren't approved.
Now,
Because the policy, policy is posted, quote, in error. So they did it, and now they're backlash.
That's BS, and I'll tell you why. You don't think for a minute when they changed their terms of service and their policies for PayPal, it didn't go through 18 freaking lawyers before it got okayed.
Oh,
That's no mistake from some clerk somewhere.
No, this wasn't someone's memo saying, hey, maybe this is an idea. PayPal went through, it's a major corporation. They knew what they were putting out there. They didn't expect people to pay attention or for people to have a problem with it. They thought they could get away with it. And now comes the cover up saying, oh, no, but it was just a mistake. No, we would never actually do that. We had no intention. They're lying to you.
If they were a startup company with like 5 employees, I might believe it.
Yeah. But, and I love the way they're saying this article has been updated with the latest statement from PayPal. PayPal, we're not finding people for misinformation, and this language was never intended to be inserted in our policy. Then why did you publish it? Why did it get through the meetings, the lawyers, the editors, the webmasters? I mean, we're talking about dozens of teams of people who get paid $100,000 or more a year to make sure it's right.
And that's because these morons, PayPal that's just part of the sickness. These morons live in a bubble, and they think they wouldn't have any repercussion. Because everybody in the country that uses PayPal thinks like us.
Yeah.
If they don't think like us, we can ruin them. Well, guess what? Now there's alternatives. You can send money. There's a ton of them now that are coming up. It's a kind of we'll call it a parallel economy. And when the parallel economy of the non-woke people gets stronger and bigger, you're going to have those two sides clash. And the side that is for normal people that just want to go about their daily business and use send money back and forth to their family and friends.
Money that's going to be, remember,
they're going to go out of business.
Well, remember, they're also, because of the IRS, 87,000 new agents, every dollar you send through PayPal, and I know I ask for people to donate to me as well, but all of that is going to be checked by the IRS. You send that money to your kid, that's money that your kid got or you got for getting a new tire or paying off a bill.
I understand.
And this is part of the entire process. See, they're going to punish you. Oh, you made the misstatement. Not only are we going to fine you, not only are we going to remove you from PayPal, but we're also going to identify and tell the IRS, hey, did you check this account yet? See how that is a threat? It's the implied threat. Not only are they going to directly punish you and affect your ability to make money as a small business owner or someone who wants to donate to a program you believe in.
Fade out and get a little bit a little bit of an echo and fading out just a little.
Yeah, that might be on your phone. It's coming across on my side fine.
But yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
But like I said, I don't think people. There's a history of the country, but also a history of business in the country. If you go to look back on companies that just thought they were too big to fail, no matter what we did, we wouldn't be out of business. We can go through the list just in the last 30 years. And they're going down that same route. So let them burn.
I don't mind.
That is capitalism. People are going to pick the ones that they want to be with and the ones that have the goods and services that they think are the best.
But that's not what our government's doing. They're picking winners and losers. This is just yet another example.
But they only will last so long.
It's been fantastic for Ford. It's been fantastic for the green energy movement. Why would it be any different for PayPal, who's playing ball?
And all those green energy companies that Obama had millions put into all went bankrupt.
Yes, many of them didn't. New ones took their place. We're still giving billions of dollars to.
I understand, but it'll get to a point where this is where our Republican and democracy comes in. If the American people are fed up with that kind of nonsense, plus the other 1,000 things, then it will change. If they're not fed up with it and they vote ideology and know nothing else, we will fail.
Well, it's because people have to identify and understand what's going on. It's like what happened in Las Vegas. Las Vegas, like the subway shooting in New York City, to an extent, even the shooting in Buffalo, it's because of microaggressions. People have to look at what the consequences of these things are. The consequence of leaving Section 230 as it is leading to the FBI having control over social media, as Facebook has admitted. It's leading to suppression of news that would affect elections, like the laptop did. And we know that. And we have to identify these. We have to put these connections together and say, you did this. Donna Lapardo, as an example, talking about elections, she promised New York State that she had the home run. Hemp would bring in jobs and bring in income to New York State to help the upstate New York.
Yeah.
And within 6 months, it completely failed. Now we're being told that Micron is going to open up a factory in New York, and it's going to save New York. It's going to save America. And I have to say, well, you said that about the drones. You said that about the movie studio. You said that about hemp. I can keep going down the list. The economic zones. It's never worked. I have no reason to believe you, and the people saying it are liars. Why should I believe them?
When I represent the North Side End City Council, when they had the big, the big giant checks they have, for the PR stuff and the press, it was 200 and something thousand, I believe, to put the new grocery store in. Well, you go by the old McDonald's now, and it's a Christmas tree and a bunch of shrubs and garbage. $250,000 just flushed down the toilet.
Exactly. So
but people don't remember, and I'll tell you the truth.
I do.
Politicians get away with it. People have short memory spans. So who's really the problem here?
Well, that's why I do long form. That's why I don't do sound bites. That's why every one of my episodes is 30 minutes or more, because I remember and I look for it. And we have to remember. We have to hold. And that's what I mean by holding them accountable. It's not just, oh, you just put out an ad and said you're going to do something great. Well, what about the last 4 times that you said you had something great and it never happened? And coincidentally,
it's Charlie Brown the football. How many times are we going to believe him? I don't know.
I think we have to hold him accountable. And we have to recognize that when we see businesses like PayPal, and trust me, if I had a better business than PayPal to accept donations, I would. But we have to do that. And, like I've tried to use, what's the other one?
I think Dan Bongino's starting one up. I forgot the name of it.
Well, I used to use GoFundMe, except GoFundMe shut it down. They shut down my ability to use donations there.
I think this one is called Alternative Something. Dan Bongino started it as a competition for PayPal and GoFundMe.
Well, if it picks up, I'll use it.
I forgot the name of it. You could probably look it up. You Google it. It's called Alternative Something. I forgot. Alternative Economy, I think it's called.
Okay. Well, I would love to use it because GoFundMe shuts down conservatives. PayPal obviously wants to punish them. We're seeing that in social media.
I understand that part. And what they're doing is like they're daring. In other words, they constantly say, well, if you don't like the way we do our things, then start your own. And they went, okay, we're gonna.
Well, we have to.
That's how we're gonna win.
That's another form of holding them accountable. Again, going back to accountability, we have to, whether it's in elections, whether it's in our judicial system and charging people, it's the same thing.
Let's just hope that whoever's left in the mainstream media is still telling the truth. There are some; they're not all bad.
No, not all.
And guys like you and I, the little content creators, and the big podcasters like Rogan and all them, I'm hoping that it has enough of an influence to change things.
It can, it is, and it does. It can, it is, and it does.
It's a slow process. Might not come as quick as we would like. But I think, like I said before, this is like moving a aircraft carrier with a pencil. It's going to take a while, but it's starting to turn.
But
once it starts turning, they can't stop it.
Well, America moves slowly, but it makes big strides when it does. When we make corrections, we make big corrections. And that's a good thing.
Look at when Jimmy Carter, of course I'm a little bit older, but Jimmy Carter gets elected. Oh, the lefties were, great. We got rid of Nixon and Watergate and all that, and then things all went to crap. And then the Reagan era came up, which lasted quite a while.
Yeah.
So these things do turn. And some of the horrible things they're saying about Trump and other Republicans, they said the exact same things about Bush Jr., Bush Sr., and Reagan. It's just the same rhetoric, the same Charlie Brown, wah, 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 wah. And I think people are getting fed up.
I know they're getting fed up, but we're not there yet. We still got to keep going.
It affects their life now. Now they got to decide whether to go to the grocery store or go to the gas station.
No, it's going to get worse.
It's going to get worse, and that's the way we win. Because even in China, the CCP, money still talks. Money still matters. And when you start losing money and you can't make it in your everyday life, you don't have to be a millionaire, just you and your wife working 2 jobs. When you start not making your monthly bills, that is when we're going to win.
Generally. And I think that's the case. But I do want to give opportunity for other people to speak.
No, it's okay. No, I get it. But like I said, I'm very optimistic for the future. It's going to get real messy for the next 2 or 3 years. And I'll tell you, we're going to get a lot of airtime for this coming midterms. And then the next 2 years is going to be crazy.
Oh, it's going to be.
I'm looking forward to it. I like political chaos. I think it's fun. I did that when I was a councilman, but I love stirring things up.
Well, a little bit of political chaos is okay if it means at the end that we get more stability.
Oh, yeah, it just exposes them for what they truly are. You don't have to really work that hard. But the thing is, though, you have to be as relentless and as dedicated as your enemies are.
Well, yeah, we're seeing that with Ron DeSantis said the same thing.
Yeah, you have to be as dedicated and relentless as they are. And we're going to win in the end. It's just going to get real messy until then.
Well, not too messy. We are not an advocate. We never advocate violence.
I mean, economically messy, maybe a little bit socially messy. It's gonna be messy. A little like Jefferson said. And I'm not a big Jefferson fan. A little revolution every now and then is a good thing. And a revolution is coming, but it's going to be a cultural one.
A cultural revolution, not a violent one, not civil war. For the censors out there, go ahead.
Censors for what? I say something wrong?
They would think so. Again, they look for every opportunity on this program.
Social revolution is not the same as a ground war.
Shouldn't be.
Social revolution was the 1960s on campus. That's a social revolution.
I understand. But again, we're dealing with censors that obviously and actively are trying to kill any voice out there that isn't approved. So that's why we have to make those statements from time to time.
Because I'll tell you, I was going full guns on my channel. I was getting between 20 and 40 new subs every day for like 2 months. All of a sudden, they cut off the spigot. So, no, I understand what they're doing.
Yeah, they do it to me all the time. I understand.
But I'm encouraged by that, Mike.
So am I.
Because they're going after little guys like us. That means they're scared.
Oh, yeah. It means we're doing the right thing. We've got the right information. That's how I take it.
We've got to keep our heads down, us guys, and everybody that's listening out there, keep your heads down. Help out candidates, and don't forget to vote.
Yep, absolutely. All right, John.
Okay, take care, bud.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
So, folks, just like with John, you too can call into the program at any time. The phone number is 607-242-1582. Tell us what you think from anywhere in the world. To share your voice about any of these issues. If you agree, if you disagree, whatever your opinion, whatever your voice is, if you think there's a subject that we have not covered or that needs to be covered, add your voice to it. You tell us what you think. Is it about PayPal? You want me to talk more about that? That now PayPal has backed away. They're backtracking, saying, no, they never intended to do this, even though they're a multi-million-dollar business with dozens upon dozens of workers that approve everything before they ever let you see it. Do you agree with them that they made a mistake, or that this went through the entire company, their approval process? They didn't think you would react. They didn't think you would notice, and they were trying to silence your voice. Which one do you think is true? Do you think we're wrong about how America is treating women in Iran, just like they treated women in Afghanistan, just like they're treating Americans in Afghanistan? Do you think we're wrong about that? Do you think that the lack of leadership, the lack of rules and regulations and laws are affecting the rest of the world just like they're affecting America? where we see crime increasing here and we see international instability around the world. Do you think that Hunter Biden should be tried? He should be arrested and tried, and the investigation made transparent so that the American people can see justice, not a slap on the wrist, not a pardon, but to see him put in jail if he is convicted for the crime, just like anyone else would be. Do you agree with us? Do you think we're wrong? In the last hour and a half, have we got anything wrong? Did we miss any of the big issues? You can call in, just like John Cordisco just did. You can make a comment like you've seen with User has been banned, Ron, Jason, Mike Bowie. You can make those comments too. We are happy to hear your voice because unlike the progressive left, we believe you are an individual with a voice and we love to hear you. Joe Murray says, I am so proud of our whistleblowers and the FBI whistleblowers, and I think it's critical that they point out that this is something that has been attempted to be covered up, that A.G. Merrick Garland has failed the American people. The evidence is in front of him, and he has not moved forward, and we know the evidence has been confirmed. That is politics. And again, I restate, they are going to delay telling you that we're in a recession. They're going to delay telling you that there is a food crisis. They are going to delay telling you that Hunter Biden is being charged and arrested. They're going to delay all of that until after the election, after you can't vote on this, so that you will not have your voice heard. They want to nullify your vote by delaying the truth. And we've seen that happen over and over again. From the New York Times, the New York Post, Facebook, Twitter, even on YouTube, they keep trying to hide it. Just like they did to Nick Rekieta. Shut down his channel because they didn't think you would complain, because they thought they could punish him, because the left wanted to silence his voice. Not because he did anything wrong, not because he broke any rules or regulations or laws, because they didn't like his voice. They didn't like that he was saying something that wasn't approved. And that was the only reason. And of course, Nick Rekieta is back on YouTube because you spoke up. Your voice has power. Even with the internet overlords, they do not control you. You are not alone. They want you to feel alone. They want to threaten you like you're an individual all on your own. You're the only one speaking up. That isn't true. Here's the black Republican. They told you we don't exist. They said black conservatives, black Republicans, they don't exist. Hispanic Republicans, they don't exist. You're listening to one right now. We exist just like everyone else. You're not a monolithic checkbox, and you don't have to do what they tell you to do. You don't have to obey just because they said so. And I am proud of these FBI whistleblowers for making the American people aware of the lack of transparency and the lack of justice that's going on, the privilege that is being given to the elites that is so different than what happens to every normal American citizen. It is a good thing, Joe, and I'm glad that you brought that up. And I want to talk about something that kind of relates to that to an extent. I'm sure at this point, people have heard about Las Vegas. You know that in Las Vegas, there was a stabbing. 2 people died. 6 people were injured. It was a horrible, demonic attack, a mass killing. I'm sure you've heard about that. But I want you to understand something about that. It wasn't unique. We've seen mass killings, whether it's the subway shooting in New York City, which was done by a black supremacist, the Buffalo shooting, which was a white supremacist, the Uvalde shooting, which was a very messed up individual, the Waukesha driver, Darrell Brooks, which is being covered right now by, in fact, Nick Rekieta, who is covering this as we speak. Nick Rekieta is going over that trial of Darrell Brooks because he, another black supremacist, another follower of BLM, of Antifa, who believes in the critical race theory ideology that white people are evil and black people are victims, and the only answer is either government or violence. That's what these people are being taught. This is what is being pushed into their mind. Now, the thing is, we have to be aware of that. And we have to push back against that. Part of that is understanding where is it coming from. This killing, this senseless attack in Las Vegas is because of one simple reason: microaggressions. It's because of this ideology that we are told that subconsciously you're racist, you're sexist, you're transphobe. And it's ingrained. It is systemic. Yeah, that racial justice, that social justice that you keep being told about, you are the problem, they tell you. And that justifies mass killings. Quote, and I'm quoting from ABC News. This is from ABC News. And they buried this in the story so that you wouldn't notice how important this is. Suspect in deadly Las Vegas stabbings attacked to let the anger out. There's your key words. It's because he was angry. He was angry at the system. He was angry at the microaggressions. He was angry because people were hurting his feelings. In fact, he says, and it's stated, quote, Barrio stated that on the bus ride from the Las Vegas Strip, or to the Las Vegas Strip, people were making fun of him and he wasn't being treated like a human being. You hear that all the time from the Human Rights Division in New York State. When you hear that about equity and diversity from the executive order by Joe Biden, Executive Order 13895. You hear that when Kamala Harris is talking about Hurricane Ian relief that's going to be based on color. It's about being treated human. It's these human rights that come from the UN, not from God, not from the Constitution. These are the problems. And because he felt his feelings were hurt. Because his feelings were hurt, because he thought people were making fun of him, because he felt like he wasn't being treated like a human being, because he was angry at these microaggressions against him. That's why he decided he needed to kill 2 people and stab 6 others. It's microaggressions. It's the same reason that the New York subway shooter, a black supremacist, decided to shoot white people. Why the Waukesha driver, Darrell Brooks, decided to run over white people in a Thanksgiving Day parade. Actually, it was a Christmas parade. Ran them over in cold blood. Why we saw the Orlando shooting. Why we saw the shooting in San Bernardino. The shooting in Boulder, Colorado. Case after case after case. We see these events, and some of them are stabbing. Some of them are used with cars. The weapon doesn't matter. Because it's not about gun control. It's about evil and demonic and deranged individuals. And why are these people being motivated? Well, in part, it's because they're being told they have the right to do that. Because it's about feelings. Remember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on 60 Minutes? She laid this out for the American people very clearly. It's not about being empirically, mathematically, semantically correct. It's about feelings. And feelings are more important. Listen to the progressives across this nation, and they will tell you their feelings are more important than the truth. They will change the definitions of words to fit their feelings. What's the definition of a woman? The opposite of a man. What's the definition of a man? The opposite of a woman. Because it fits their feelings, because it's supposed to be relative. There is no fact. There is only feeling. That's what they want you to believe. And when you believe that, like in the New York subway attack, like in Buffalo, like in what we see in Waukesha, and now in Las Vegas, deranged individuals say, well, if it's all about my feelings and I feel bad, that means they get to use violence against you. That's their reasoning. It comes from those microaggressions. Let me prove my point about that, and then I'm going to get back to the comments. This is from The Atlantic, okay? This is how far back that they have been programming the American people, kids in our schools and in our colleges, how long they have been programming this into people, why we're seeing it today. This is an article, Readers Defend the Rise of Microaggressions Framework. This is from The Atlantic, a left-leaning organization, September 17th, 2015. This is from 7 years ago. That means an entire generation going through college. That's an entire generation going through high school and college. These kids have been programmed with this idea of microaggressions equaling violence for a generation. That's those kids who wind up being the New York subway shooter, being the Waukesha driver, that wind up being the Las Vegas stabber. They are being taught this. And in this article, and I want to get to the point on what it is, on the microaggressions, and I quote, "What's happening is that minorities are done with being slighted left and right, which in and of itself adds up over time to cause some serious repercussions, and now have the language/framework to call out and discuss these slights in hopes of eradicating the deep roots of oppression that lead to more, quote, serious, end quote, situations." Yeah, what are the serious situations? It's when you make a microaggression, or at least someone feels like there's a microaggression, and then they go on the New York City subway and they shoot people. They go to Buffalo and they shoot people. They go into Waukesha and they drive over people. They run them over in a holiday parade. It's where they go around Las Vegas stabbing people. That's the serious repercussions. That's because of microaggressions, because they were taught for years, if not decades, oh, you have a right. Microaggressions are violence. This is violence against you. It isn't just in 2017. This goes back again, that was 2015. In 2017, from The Link, a left-leaning source, microaggressions are a form of violence. They're not hiding this from you, folks. They're telling you. March 6, 2017. And in this article, they say, if our comments wound someone, if you say something that's a microaggression, you have hurt someone, you have wounded them, that is an act of violence. It is our responsibility to be accountable for that hurt. You are responsible for the pain, the suffering, the violence of your microaggression, something you didn't know you did, something that you did not intend, something that only happens if you believe in systemic racism. Going on, she says, instead of telling someone to lighten up, apologize, and recognize the impact that your words can have. So people in this case, and we're looking at Las Vegas. So the people who had no idea that this maniac had feelings, they were supposed to just randomly say to him, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for whatever is making you upset today. People weren't laughing at him. He says he wasn't being treated like a human being. Because what in his mind made that? It didn't matter. In his mind, he had a microaggression. And that's your fault. Just like they told you in 2017. Just like they told you in 2015 in high school, in college, in the news media, in movies, in television shows, like She-Hulk, like Rings of Power, like Ms. Marvel. You're the one who's at fault. You did this. It's your fault. It's white privilege. It's systemic racism. It's systemic sexism. It's intersectionality. This is your fault, they want you to believe. That you caused the Las Vegas killing. That you caused the driver in Waukesha. That you caused the guy in the New York subway or in Buffalo. It's your fault that these happened because you didn't obey. You didn't bow down on your knees like Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats wearing a dashiki on their knees because George Floyd, a convicted criminal, a drug dealer who threatened pregnant women with guns, that this multi-violent criminal, this felon, oh yeah, he died. And, well, he was a savior. He was a savior, and they had to get on their knees and apologize for this criminal, this violent criminal dying. Now, I'm not saying that George Floyd should have died that way. I am saying it's inevitable that he would have died through violence because he lived a violent life. He was a violent criminal. He was not some angel. Let's be honest about that. But it doesn't help us when we say that we're the cause, we're the fault. That's what they want you to believe. In 2017, in 2015, you're the reason why these guys are doing this because of your inherent systemic racist, sexist thoughts. You transphobe you. How dare you not obey? If you don't obey, you are committing microaggressions and you're the reason why it happens. Folks, we have to be honest with each other and recognize that's not real. That's not true. That's not justice. That's not fairness. That's not even equity. That is an autocratic dictatorship. This is about power and control and silencing your voice. That's why we see PayPal coming out and saying that they're going to punish you for saying the wrong thing. That's why they tried to create a misinformation governance board. That's why we see that FBI is blocking people off of Facebook, why Twitter is deleting the voices of hundreds of thousands of conservatives. It's because they want you to obey. And if anything goes wrong, you're the fault because you didn't obey. That's what they're trying to teach you, and that's what they're trying to teach your kids. If you don't obey, everything wrong in the world is your fault. It has nothing to do with their bad policies. It has nothing to do with the lack of accountability. It has nothing to do with the lack of transparency, the failure of having a plan or executing a plan. It has nothing to do with those things. No, those things are just because you didn't obey. You didn't obey Joe Biden, so that's why women in Iran and Afghanistan, that's why they're being punished by the Taliban. That's why they are suffering today. Americans were abandoned in Afghanistan because you didn't obey the Biden-Harris administration. The price of oil is going up because you didn't obey Governor Newsom, appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, when they said that you needed, along with Pete Buttigieg, Transportation Secretary, when they told you, you just need to go and buy an electric car, you evil, rich person, you need to go out and buy an electric car. Doesn't matter if it won't work in a hurricane. Doesn't matter if it won't work in a natural disaster. Doesn't matter if it won't work in the summer. No, that doesn't matter because you're evil. You're supposed to have an electric vehicle. You're at fault. You caused the problem. That's what they want you to believe. And they're blaming you for the violence. Why is crime up across this nation? It's not because they're letting the criminals back out of jail. It's not because they're not charging criminals for committing crimes. No, it's because you hurt their feelings. And those criminals decided to act out. It's your fault. We can't punish them for systemic racism. He's Hispanic. Of course, the Las Vegas shooter is going to stab white people because he feels angry. Does that make sense to anyone? I want to get back to some of the comments. And I know Joe Murray was making some comments, Mike Bowie. Let me get to those. Now, Mike Bowie, in speaking about the FBI, he also pointed out that keeping gas prices lower by releasing our oil reserves is going to continue until after the midterms. Yeah, we've given away so much of our oil. Over 42% of our oil has been given away. Our emergency oil to take care of us in national disasters, to prevent what happened in 1975. I know most of the people watching this are too young. You don't know that there were lines miles long waiting to get oil because the price of oil was so high that the nation nearly came to a standstill, not because of a pandemic. It's because people couldn't afford electricity. They couldn't afford gas. We couldn't get food delivered because of the cost of diesel. That's why we have an emergency reserve, not to help the president lower the price artificially to get them through the next election. That's not why it's there. It's not a political tool. It's meant to safeguard you. It's national security. And we are wiping that out. And it's going to cost you even more money when we rebuild it because we're not energy independent. We are energy dependent because there is no plan coming from the Biden-Harris administration because they don't know how to handle the crisis they created on January 20th of 2021 when they shut down the XL pipeline and killed the oil and lease permits that would allow them to take oil and bring it into America. They killed our energy independence, and it's your fault. It's your fault because of systemic racism. Joe Murray goes on to say, I loved listening to FBI Special Agent Kyle Seraphin interview on Dan Bongino's show. It takes an enormous amount of courage to put it all on the line to expose the corruption. I didn't hear that interview with Dan Bongino, so I thank you, Joe, for bringing that up to me. I wasn't aware of it. But I did hear, and I have seen, that the whistleblowers are making it apparent to the American people. They're bringing up the transparency that we have a multi-tiered justice system. There's a level for elites like Nancy Pelosi's husband and Hunter Biden. There's another level of justice if you happen to be BLM or Antifa, if you happen to be the right color, the right politics, the right sexual preference, you get treated in a different way. They don't charge you with crimes. They don't let you stay in jail. No, there's a different set of rules for them. And then there are the rules that the rest of us have to live by, which are entirely different. Joe Murray goes on to say, I see this in my practice as a criminal defense attorney. I didn't know you were an attorney, Joe. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, I do. Yes, I do, Joe. I just remembered where I know you from, Joe. And Joe says, these young kids engaging in senseless crime that serves no purpose but to destroy the lives of everyone involved. Well, Joe, just like I was saying, these kids are doing that because they are being programmed. They are being told that there is systemic racism that is always weighing on them. That if you are white, you are born as a racist. That if you are a black or minority, you are born as a victim. That microaggressions are constantly being thrown at you. This is violence that is wounding you every day, even if no one else knows it. And it's all based on your feelings, because every time you feel bad, whether someone was right or wrong, or they said something that they didn't even know could have any impact on your life, if you feel bad, that's a microaggression that is violence against you. And they are telling you that if you get violence against you, you can react with violence. And that is the problem. That's why we're seeing the mass shootings. That's why we're seeing the crime across this nation. There is no accountability. There is no punishment. And the excuse is, it's not your fault. The Wakusha driver, it's not his fault. The black supremacist in New York, the white supremacist in New York, Uvalde. We can go through the entire list. It's not their fault. It's your fault. That's what they want you to believe. That's what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez told you on 60 Minutes. They just think you forgot. They think you won't hold them accountable. They think they can get away with this because you're not paying attention. You don't have a memory that lasts 3 months. That's what they think. Well, I do. And I'm showing you what they said 7 years ago. I'm showing you what they said 5 years ago. I am showing you what they are teaching our kids, not just since 2015, that they are teaching kids right now as they say, we're not teaching CRT. We're not teaching critical race theory. We're just teaching the application of critical race theory. We're just telling kids to not trust law enforcement, to hate people who are white, and to reinforce that you're a victim if you're anything else. That your feelings are more important than everything else. If you feel like you are a toaster, and I know I use this, it's a joke, but it's not a joke. Oh, you feel like you're a toaster because some people are saying they're toasters. And everyone has to instantly, whether you know this or not, you have to refer to that person as a toaster. You have to refer to people as their pronouns. By the way, my pronoun, emperor. There's my pronoun, emperor. You want to, matter of fact, I'm going to type that out for a second. Hang on. There you go. My pronoun is emperor. You want to use a pronoun? There's a pronoun for you. And by the way, if nobody knows that, They are committing a microaggression if they refer to you as anything but, in my case, if they say anything except emperor. Hey, Emperor, how are you doing? Hey, Emperor, where do you want to go to the movies? Hey, Emperor, would you like to have a beer? If they don't say that automatically, well, then they have committed a microaggression. They are a criminal. They have harmed me. They have hurt me. It is violence, and I get to respond with violence back. That's what they are teaching your kids right now. Oh, someone didn't recognize that you think you're a dinosaur? Oh my God, they have committed a crime against you. They are a sexist, they're a istophobe, and you know what? They're the bad guys. How could they not refer to you as a dinosaur? How dare they not do that? You should punish them. We have to punish them. This is what they're teaching our kids. Is anyone surprised that we're seeing crime go up? When we're telling kids, it's not your fault, it's someone else's fault, because they did something subconsciously that affected your feelings, and therefore you get to have violence. That's why we had the Las Vegas stabbings. It's not because he had a knife. It's not because people had a gun, or they used a car, or they used bombs. That's not it. That doesn't have anything to do with it. But they don't want to admit that. Instead, they're going to sell you on the idea they're going to make you safe because you can't have a bulletproof vest. They're going to make you safe because they're going to take away the guns from legal, law-abiding gun owners. 99.994% of all gun owners, this is a fact, it is empirical, do not commit crimes. They are not a problem throughout their lifetime. Concealed carry gun owners are the least likely people to commit crimes of any sort. And yet, they're telling you those are the bad guys because they're distracting you. Because they don't want you to think that they have just taught an entire generation, multiple generations, that your feelings are more important than any law, and that if your feelings are hurt, you can act out in violence and you won't be put in jail and you will not be charged with a crime, and there is no accountability and there is no plan. And therefore, the rest of the world sees that and says, we don't want that. We don't believe in that. And everything is going to hell in a handbasket. Let me go back to the comments. By the way, folks, if anyone disagrees with what I have to say, I am happy to hear your argument. You can call in to 607-242-1582. You can tell me at any time, Mike, I do not agree with that. I do not see that connection. I don't think you got it right. I'd be happy to hear your argument. Tell me why I am wrong. Tell me that there is a good side to this, that there is a positive benefit to teaching kids about microaggressions and their feelings. And if someone doesn't call you a toaster, that you can punch them in the eye. Please tell me where I am wrong there, because I want to be wrong. I would hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. Let me go back to the comments. User has been banned says, punish? No, what PayPal wanted to do was theft, and it's violence because they have the power of the state behind them. And that is true. That is true. PayPal is punishing the public, and it is an act of it's destroying the First Amendment. It's chilling the First Amendment. It's silencing your ability to speak, and it's harming you economically, and they should be able to be sued for that. But they thought they'd get away with it. And it's the same thing with the microaggressions. You said something online that they didn't like, so they get to punish you. It's the same thing with the microaggressions. It goes right back to that same systemic thinking. You didn't obey, so you are responsible for the punishment they're going to give you. They're going to punish you. They're going to harm you because you didn't obey, because you thought for yourself, because you're an individual. You took an action that they didn't approve of first, so you need to be punished. It's true for Las Vegas stabbings. It's true for Waukesha with the driver. It's true for PayPal. User has been banned says, well, I find their existence uncomfortable. So are they microaggressing on me? And there is the root of the problem. You nailed it. Users banned. You nailed it. And this is why it gets worse and worse. Because yes, if anyone's feelings are hurt, the other person is responsible. So when the far left, the progressives, when they hurt your feelings, you're supposed to be able to react. But remember, they're always right. They're always right. Their feelings are more important than yours because you are a category. And they have the highest category of everyone. They're progressives. That's more important than being black or being a woman or being gay or being trans. They're a progressive. They're the elites. They're making the laws. They decide who is being hurt, what is a microaggression. They get to decide whether you misstated something, if you're disinforming people. They make that decision. So you are always going to lose because you have to obey. They get to decide who's more important. Is it as a black woman? Is a woman supposed to, you're always supposed to believe women. But what if it's two women? Are you supposed to believe a trans woman over a regular woman? Are you supposed to believe a black woman before you believe a trans woman? What's the hierarchy? Who gets to decide? The progressive elites. They decide on a case-by-case basis because you don't matter. That's the terrifying part. And yeah, that creates more and more violence and more confusion, and it gives people less and less confidence in our nation going forward. And that's why we have to hold these people accountable and say, no, we reject that. That's what I believe. Let me go on. User has been banned says, this sounds worse than an eye for an eye. It is worse than an eye for an eye. It is absolutely, because it is ludicrous, because there is no way to understand and there is no way to enforce this. It is absolutely corrupt, and it is being used to harm people, both politically and, as we see with PayPal, financially. It is used to subjugate people. Mike Bowie says they want this constant chaos to cover their own crimes. Well, yeah, it's very effective at that. If you don't remember and they're the ones who are controlling the conversation, well, how are you supposed to get any kind of result? User has been banned says, Emperor toasters rise up. I am an emperor. I'm not a toaster. I am a single black man. Straight. A single straight black man. Because somehow that's important to people. Somehow that changed. Think about it, folks. They've taught our kids that the importance of what you have to say is based on the color of your skin, your sexual preference, your sexual gender. Those are inherently important. They need to know that whether they can hire you for a job, whether you can be elected into politics, if they can even be your friend, whether or not they can play a video game with you is decided by your skin color, your sexual preference, and your gender. Because if you don't have the right ones, then they can't deal with you. They can't talk to you. Look at the dating apps. There have been studies on this. 72% of Democratic women will not date someone who doesn't have the same political beliefs that they have. You could be a perfect match. You could be their Prince Charming or Count Blackula. I don't know. You could be whatever it is that they want. But if you aren't the right political ideology, then, oh, no, they can't even talk to you. There have been studies. I believe it's 70% of Democrats do not want to be friends with someone that doesn't have the exact same political ideology. That if you do not believe everything that they believe, checkbox, 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 you can't be their friend. How is that different than when Iran says, if you don't believe the same things they believe, their religious beliefs and everything connected to it, if you don't believe the same things that the Taliban believes and everything that's connected to it, then you are the enemy. You have committed a microaggression against them, and they get to use violence against you. That's what terrorists use as their justification. It is the same ideology, the same logic as microaggressions being taught in our colleges, being taught in our high schools. And no one in the news media will say that to you. The majority of the internet are afraid to say what I just said. That the same logic that is used by the IRGC, the terrorist cells of Iran, the same logic and ideology used by ISIS and Al Qaeda and the Taliban are the same logic and ideology being taught at Harvard, being taught at Binghamton University, being taught at your local community college, at your local high school, that microaggressions equal violence and they can use violence against you. That you must believe what they believe or you're the bad guy. Quote me on that. 2 hours and 5 minutes into the show. Quote me on that anywhere on the internet. I dare people to try and argue it. They won't. Because it's true. Now, Joe Murray says, how do we change this? The body count is growing higher and our elected leaders don't seem to care or don't know what to do. Well, the fact is, they don't want to know. Remember, Jerry Nadler, who's running for Congress right now, his answer about Antifa is, it's not real. A man got killed by a member of Antifa because he didn't like someone's politics. And because he didn't like the politics, he took that as a microaggression and he shot a man in cold blood because that man was willing to say publicly he had a different political belief. In North Dakota, 2 weeks ago, a 41-year-old man, ran over an 18-year-old kid because he didn't like his politics. And they say that's not real. Antifa doesn't exist. Oh, the violence because of microaggression, it doesn't exist. It doesn't matter if you show them the examples, they say it's not real. They'll tell you that's just MAGA. That's just a Republican conspiracy. We have bodies in the ground. We have the admissions. We have these criminals admitting that they committed the crime. We have video of these criminals committing the crime. We have people like in Las Vegas where this insane, violent felon, Barrios, has said he did it because of feelings, because it was a microaggression against him. It's not a conspiracy. It's the fact. How do we deal with that? As Joe Murray said, how do we deal with it? Real simple. We hold people accountable. If your local district attorney is releasing people instead of charging them with a crime when they committed a crime or are alleged to have committed the crime, you replace them. If you have an elected official that is telling you, don't worry, I have another home run, and they never deal with the inherent problems that they have created, you replace them. If you have someone in Congress that is more concerned about their political party than they are about serving the people, you don't elect them. And when it comes time for the presidential election, you vote for someone better. That's how we do it. We start there. We change the school boards so that people who are saying, no, microaggressions are important. We have to teach kids about microaggressions, and we have to convince 8-year-olds that they need to chop off their genitals. We need to vote those people off of our school boards, and we have to make sure they don't get elected to any office. It is up to you. You have to be active in your community. You have to remind people that 8-year-olds shouldn't be making a life decision about chopping off their genitals at the age of 8. That's not right. We shouldn't be teaching kids in 9th grade that if you are white, you're born a racist just because of the color of your skin. And if you're black, you're a victim because of the color of your skin, not because of who you are or what you do, just because of your skin color. We have to vote this stuff out. We have to remove it from our schools, and then we can try and deal with better. And I guarantee you, we do that, the world will react to America in a very different way. User has been banned, has the pronouns Deus Rex. Okay. So Deus Rex says, could they change their name to their pronoun, thus making them circle back to using people's names? We could. It's just a silly system. It really is, especially when you don't know what it is and you're still guilty of committing the microaggression, even if you didn't know you did it. When you walk up to someone and you say hello, you have no idea if you were supposed to say hello, toaster, or you were supposed to say hello, Deus Rex. You have no idea. And yet you're punished. It's your problem if you did that. Joe Murray says, Michael Bowie bingo, Yahtzee, you got it, brother. They want more power. Yes, this is about power. This is about controlling your voice and your actions and forcing you to obey. This is about a dictatorship. It's an absolute fact. By the way, I just want to show you that when I was talking about America running out of energy, this is coming from the Wall Street Journal. And according to the Wall Street Journal, I said 42%, and I was incorrect. We are at the lowest level of our strategic oil reserves since 1984, and we are more than 30% of the reserves have been used. So I was slightly incorrect there, and I apologize. I misquoted the number. I want to remind you, this is the reason. It's not, and I want you to know, you're not the only one. I know people may be watching football right now. You may see the show later, or maybe it be sent out to someone. It definitely won't be referred by YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. They're not going to let you see this. But somehow someone may see this. I want you to understand, this is the reason why people are leaving New Jersey, California, Illinois, New York, Connecticut, Maryland. You know what all those states have in common? They're bluer than blue strongholds for the Democratic Party. They are pushing progressive ideology. Every single one of those states. And in those states, every one of them, we have seen crime rise and rise and rise. We are seeing more and more violence as they are trying to push this message on microaggressions, a lack of accountability, and having zero plan besides get reelected. That's the plan that we are getting from progressives and Democrats. Keep the power, get reelected. Say anything and do anything that will get them reelected. Hillary Clinton, 2 months ago, said it plain and obvious to everyone in the world. The only thing that matters is getting reelected. Get through the next election. Say and do whatever it takes to get through the next election. That was Hillary Clinton that said that 2 months ago. And this is why people are leaving these states, because it fails. It isn't real. It isn't helpful. It's not beneficial to anyone. I'm going to get into New York State in just a second. Hang on one second. We're going to talk about New York immigration and human rights, but before I do that, I want to get to the comments. So, User's Been Banned says, well, they're fascists. They don't know it yet since they changed the definition, which is true. They keep changing the definitions to make themselves always sound like they are right, to always be the good guys, to always keep power. They change the definitions. What is a vaccine? What is a man? What is a woman? What is a recession? They change the words so that they're still the good guys and you still have to obey. Even when they are wrong, even when the facts, the evidence, the empirical reality hits them, it's never enough because they keep changing definitions. It's scary, but it's true. Joe Murray says that I've made some good points, but we need to educate and energize the electorate. Joe Murray ran for the Queens District Attorney in 2019 against a career politician, a Democrat with no criminal justice experience. And he lost because Joe Murray was trying to warn people about the new bail reform and discovery reform that was coming in 2020. I was opposing the closing of Rikers Island. I was supporting the police. And see, that's the thing, Joe. We have to, even though we have lost, I have run for Congress. Did that in 2014. I've run for my local Broome County legislator seat in 2020. I lost. It happened. But we have to stand up and speak. And I have been doing this program. I have had this channel, No Soundbites Allowed. I have done this since well before 2010. I've been a political commentator since 2006. Okay? I've been at this for well over 17 years. And the fact is, we have to keep talking. We have to keep reaching out to people, which is why I hope if you find this to be informative, educational, even if you find it to be entertaining, please like, share, and subscribe. Whether you're calling into the program, whether or not you're making comments during the live stream or afterwards, even if you're just listening to the program while you cook a barbecue or you go to sleep at night, please like, share, and subscribe. It's your choice if you want to donate. By the way, Columbus Day is coming up. If you're a progressive and you believe that Columbus was a colonizer, if you have white guilt over your white privilege, then send me half your paycheck. Donate it through PayPal. If you're anyone else, send me $1. Support the channel, send me $1. If you are a progressive, well, I'm black and Hispanic, and according to the left, you are guilty of your racist white privilege, send me half your paycheck. I don't want the whole paycheck. I don't want you to be broke. Send me half your paycheck because that will take care of your white guilt. Every month, send me half your paycheck because of your white privilege. That's for the progressives out there. Everyone else, send me $1. I'll be happy. It will help pay the bills. That's my Columbus Day message. Joe Murray says, nobody cared then. Now we're facing a major crime problem. If only people would wake up. Well, sometimes people only wake up when you feel the pain. It's like my analogy, my example when I was talking with John Cordisco about touching a hot stove. When you touch the hot stove, you react. You pull your hand back. You won't touch that hot stove again because you know what hot is. Well, now we know what happens when we have the social experiment of having a revolving door on our jails. It commits more crime. When we don't hold criminals accountable, it commits more crime. When we tell criminals as children that their feelings are more important than the law, that their feelings, if someone hurts their feelings, then that's violence and they get to act violent about that. When we teach them that, what happens? We get mass killings. This is the reaction. We are reacting to that. And the more people experience this, the more we're going to see people react and say, just like Italy, like Sweden, like Chile, what we're seeing around the world, supposedly in the United Kingdom with Liz Truss, we are seeing people say, nope, we've gone too far. We have to pull back. This is crazy. That's the answer. User has been banned says the best way to educate people is to explain it on their level. That said, I will refer to George Carlin on the intelligence of the average American, and you're not wrong. George Carlin was brilliant. User has been banned says he will watch the South Park episode on Columbus Day, which is great. But I want you to understand, folks, what's happening here. So we have two things that are happening in New York, and it's happening in California, Illinois, it's happening in Delaware, Maryland, it's happening in Michigan, it's happening in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. We are seeing this happen across this nation. It is affecting you directly in multiple ways that you may not realize it. Let's first deal about money, okay? Let's talk about Eric Adams wants your money. Eric Adams wants your money. He wants to make illegal aliens rich off of your money. He wants to take illegal aliens and put them and make them into middle class, economically the middle class of America. Not you. He doesn't want you to be in the middle class of America. Whether you're black or Hispanic, Chinese, Asian, American, Native American, Indian, it doesn't matter. He doesn't want you to be in the middle class. He wants the illegal aliens to be in the middle class. He wants them to live better than you. And he wants your money to help that happen. Now, this isn't white privilege. Eric Adams, it's kind of like Eric Adams is forcing the white privilege payment from you, that he's going to punish you for your white privilege by taking away your money. He's going to redistribute your money. Oh, but he's also going to do it to black people, Hispanics, minorities, women. He's going to do it to everyone because you're an American. And so, according to progressives, and he is the practical progressive mayor, then he's going to do it to everyone. Let me explain what I mean here. New York City, in 2020, we know for a fact, matter of fact, I want to go back in time. In 2017, New York City had stated that there were 507,000 illegal aliens in New York City in 2017. They also say that just over 1 million New Yorkers live in a household with at least one illegal alien. You can call them an undocumented immigrant. You can call them a undocumented migrant. You can call them anything you want. They're in America without authorization, without paperwork, without authority. They broke our law. They are illegal and they are aliens. They are criminals. That is the answer. I don't care how you want to word it. New York State wants to say undocumented migrant. We didn't ask them to come, and they don't have authorization to be here. They're an illegal alien. And in 2017, New York had just over 1 million illegal aliens. That's huge. And even if you want to take into account the fact that we had the COVID crisis, and a lot of people, 500,000 people left New York City, actually 750,000 people, 1 out of 3. Let's say there's 500,000 illegal aliens in New York State. In fact, 800,000 illegal aliens are in New York State. We know for a fact in 2020, October of 2020, ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, had stated that New York State's immigration policy, the fact that New York State is a sanctuary state for illegal aliens since 1989, that they do not comply with federal law, that they do not help to deport illegal aliens, that they are a haven for illegal aliens. We have millions of illegal aliens in New York City, at least 500,000, depending on the numbers that you want to go by. But most people believe it's millions. We know this. It's documented. And Eric Adams, just on October 7th, 2 days ago, said that New York City is in an emergency. It is a crisis because of migrants. No, it's not a crisis because of legal migrants, legal immigration. No, that's not the problem. Again, they're wording it very carefully. It's not because of the legal people who have been allowed into New York City, into the United States. It's illegal aliens. It is the illegal people in New York State. That's the problem. And he says we have a crisis that it's going to cost $1 billion. I want to be clear, $1 billion to be able to take care of these illegal aliens that just arrived. That we have 17,000 illegal aliens that entered into New York in the last 2 months. 17,000. That's because they were sent from Texas to New York. 17,000. Texas, the southern border, they get between 5,000 to 9,000 illegal aliens a day. Texas sent to New York City, a sanctuary state where they want open borders, where they want illegal aliens. Texas sent them the illegal aliens they're happy to have and advertise for. They sent them approximately 2 days worth of illegal aliens, just 2 days out of a year. They sent them 2 days worth of illegal aliens, and Eric Adams is saying, I need $1 billion. Folks, have you done the math on this? And again, he wants $1 billion. Now, it's 17,000 illegal aliens. 61,000 people in New York shelters, but that's not why he wants it. He wants it for the 17,000 illegal aliens. Do the math. In fact, I will do the math for you here. And by the way, the actual number is 8,000. Texas sent 1 day's worth of illegal aliens from Texas to New York City. 1 day, 8,000. But we're going to go with Eric Adams' number of 17,000. And I want to show you what it is. So if you have 1 billion, let me show you the math here. So here it is. $1 billion divided by 17,000 illegal aliens. This is why New York City is in a crisis. 17,000. Actually, only half that. But 17,000, going by that. 17,000 illegal aliens on top of the at least 500,000, maybe 2 million illegal aliens in New York. 17,000 came in, and he wants to give them and spend $58,000 per illegal alien of your money. He wants to take your money and he wants to give these illegal aliens $58,000. He wants to give them double what the average person in America is making. He wants to give them your money to live a better life than you get to lead yourself. That's insane. And that is exactly what he is looking to do. Okay? And I sent this out as a tweet. Eric, I did the math. $60,000 on illegal aliens. The average person makes $34,000 in New York City, $35,000 in New York State. He wants to give them to let them live in hotels. And he wants them to live a better life than you with your money. And if you think that's only a New York State problem, that money's coming from the United States. He's telling the federal government. He's talking to Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. You know, Kamala Harris, who believes in equity. She believes in taking care of people based on the color of their skin, not based on their need, like in Hurricane Ian. He's going to them saying, give me $1 billion of the money from America to pay for these illegal aliens, these criminals, because open borders, because the color of their skin, because of a lack of accountability, a lack of leadership, and of course, systemic racism. Let me get to some of the comments. So, user has been banned says, so they want us to pay for the American privilege, the privilege of being Americans. Yes, that's what Eric Adams, the progressive, the practical progressive, wants you to do. He wants you to pay for being an American and pay illegal aliens that entered our country and broke our laws. Yes, he does. Joe Murray says, I was on the New York Police Department with Eric Adams. Despite our different political views, we became friends. He was someone who I believed really cares and can be reasoned with, but obviously not by attacking him. Joe, I want to be fair. I'm attacking him politically because of his political ideology. And it's fair. If you think I am being unfair to Eric Adams, please call in. I understand you may know him far better than I do. I will be happy to have Eric Adams on this program to speak as long as he wants to explain why I am wrong, if I am wrong. But by his statements and by the math itself, he has said New York City is a sanctuary city, a safety zone for illegal aliens. He has said 17,000 additional illegal aliens came into New York, and that created a crisis, an emergency that requires $1 billion. That's $60,000. That's middle class living. That is better than the average American by almost double. That's his policy. I don't think I'm a bad guy. for pointing out his policy is insane, it is insensitive, and it is unfair when he is rewarding criminals. And somehow the progressives think that by rewarding criminals like Kathy Hochul, when she spent $2 billion on paying illegal aliens for COVID relief, that somehow that isn't going to negatively impact the nation, and that no other illegal aliens are going to suddenly say, hey, they're giving away free money. They're giving away free money. You're going to live in the middle class of America better than anywhere in the world. You're going to live better than 95% of the rest of the world living middle class in New York because they're paying for everything. And you think less people are going to come to America because of that? That's what Eric Adams is doing. He is destabilizing our national security. He is destabilizing our national and state economy. He is bankrupting us, and he is doing it by taking it away from American citizens. If he wants to tell me how I am wrong, I will be happy to have that conversation with Eric Adams at any time. My phone number is 607-242-1582. It is always open to Eric Adams or any other politician in America, and I will be happy to give them as much time as they need to tell me why I am wrong. I am open to that. Joe, I am not picking on you. I am not picking on you. I am talking about why I disagree with Eric Adams' policy. I don't know him as a person. I don't care about him as a person. I know him as a politician, and this is his policy, and his policy is bad. He may have good intentions. He is bad. That is my opinion. You may tell me I'm wrong. I respect that. That's okay. I would be surprised by his mayoralty because policy after policy, it is Eric Adams who has said that he wants to have the New York City police force go and knock door by door in New York to check on people's status of their firearms so that he can use the red flag law against them. I think that's a violation of your Fourth Amendment. It's a violation of Fifth Amendment. It's a violation of due process. There's a lot of problems. I have problems with him. And he has said himself on CNN the day after the election that he is the practical progressive mayor of New York and of America. That is his word. I am quoting him from CNN. So I'm just holding him to what he is saying. User has been banned says, I need $1 trillion for stress, pain, and suffering from government policies. User has been banned if you happen to be black. If you happen to be a black trans woman, then you might get it. But if you're anything else, you don't have the right check boxes, so you don't get anything. If you could be an illegal black trans woman, then you'd almost definitely get $1 trillion for that. But if you're just an American citizen, if you're white, if you're just single or straight, no, you're not going to get a damn thing. Joe Murray says that Eric Adams was a cop who worked through the bloodiest violent times in New York City. In 1992, we had over 2,200 murders. Now we have less than 500. No, we have more than 500 in New York City. And that may have been how he was then. I'm talking about how he is now. And his policies have been increasing crime in New York City, and it's been reflected in New York State. And you say that you would want to give him time. I don't. His policies are bad, and I don't need to give more time for them to get even worse. They don't work. They're not justified. I don't want to give it to him. That's not about him as a human being. He may be a saint for all I know, but his politics are horrendous, and they are harmful, and they're not beneficial. Because you can tell me he's a nice guy, that doesn't mean his policies are automatically good. There's the difference. I'm not talking about him as a human being. I'm talking about his policies. That's what he's putting out there. And we have to separate that. It's like when people said that they thought that President Trump is too aggressive on Twitter, that he's not a nice guy. Who cares? That doesn't matter. Was he effective? Was he efficient? Did he have policies that helped more people than not? Did he help stabilize the world? Was he accountable? Did he provide leadership and a plan? The answer to those questions are yes. I will hold Eric Adams to that same status. Is he effective? No. Is he efficient? No. Does he have a plan? Yes, he has a plan. It's a bad plan, but he has a plan. Does he have leadership? Yeah, he's got some leadership. Okay. And overall, is that good or bad for the majority of people? It is bad. That means that his policies are bad. I'm not saying that he's not smart. Smart people get things wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But based on his policies, that's not what I see happening. Again, it's perfectly fine for anyone, including those in the audience, to tell me you disagree. I'm perfectly happy to hear that. I'm explaining why I come to this conclusion, why I think this makes the most sense. And my reasoning has nothing to do with Eric Adams' skin color, his sexuality, his sexual preference, whether or not he's a good guy, whether he's friendly. I could care less about any of that. None of that is meaningful to me. His policies are what I care about. And his policies are demonstrably bad. And I think that's what we have to understand in America. The problem is we're looking at people and saying, well, they seem like a nice person. They have a good conversation. That doesn't matter. I don't care. Because they could be they could be the nicest person in the universe. They can come off as the sweetest person you've ever seen. And they can still be wrong and hurt you. But we will see. Oh my God, Quan Fort is here. Up. It always takes a little while before we get the trolls in. And Quan Fort, just for everyone to know, Quan Fort is a troll. He is a progressive troll, so it's always good to see that he's around. But again, and I want to be clear, Joe, we haven't established why the policy that I have just described to you, the money that Eric Adams is looking to spend on illegal aliens, these are criminals. That is a fact. They have broken the United States law. New York City is a sanctuary city, which violates federal law. That is a fact. Eric Adams wants to take money from the American people. He's asking the federal government for it. That is a fact. He wants to spend that money on illegal aliens, rewarding them for breaking our law. That is a fact. That is his policy. That is the definition of his policy. That is bad. I have not heard the argument that says it's anything but that. That's my problem. I hope that's clear. And I hope that I'm not picking on Joe. I'm not picking on Eric Adams as a person. I'm talking about his politics. Does that make it clear? And if anyone thinks I'm wrong, if you think that I am being unfair about his political position, that this is what he is asking, if I have misrepresented his policy, tell me how I'm wrong. I'm happy to hear that. And if I am wrong, I will admit it. If his policy isn't rewarding illegal aliens with American citizens' money, then please tell me, and I will admit that I'm wrong, except I'm not, because that is his policy, and that is counterproductive. So, and that's why I made those statements about it. And by the way, when I said that he's actually spending $120,000 on illegal aliens from Texas, when I said that it's less than 1 day's number of illegal aliens from Texas, according to the New York Post on October 8th, yesterday, Eric Adams made the remarks a day after the Post reported that 7,330 illegal aliens bust from El Paso, Texas, since August 23rd, accounted for 42% of the estimated 17,400 who have surged the city since May. This number of people, we're talking about fewer than 17,000 illegal aliens, that this problem is relatively new. And he is suddenly, and it's not like New York State and New York City haven't admitted that they have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of illegal aliens. But when we get 7,000 more, one day of illegal aliens crossing our border are sent to New York City directly, and he's saying, I need $1 billion for that. How is that not rewarding people for breaking our laws? It is that clear. It is that simple. And New York State has a lot of problems going on with it right now. I mean, this isn't the only problem that New York State has. I did mention that I was going to talk a little bit about the, now I have it here. Bear with me one second, folks. I want to show it to you. Oh, there it is. Yeah. New York State is also doing something that you're seeing in many other states. And this is going to happen in New Jersey, in Illinois, in California, in Michigan. There are new human rights division, the Division of Human Rights in New York City, New York State, is going around the state right now. And they are creating human rights councils. These are groups that are being set up with between 20 and 30 people. And these groups are going to have a hate bias prevention council. They're going to be there for equity and diversity. They're going to ensure that every business, every location, every city in New York State is both equitable and diverse. And if your feelings are hurt, if you feel like you didn't get promoted for the job, then you get to go to this group and they will punish the business for you. If your kids are in school and that kid isn't being taught that equity is important, that white people are evil and black kids are victims, if they're not teaching that, you get to go to the the New York State Hate and Bias Prevention Council. Now, here's the thing that everyone should keep in mind. This is important. What do they do? This is the form that was given to me at the meeting on Thursday, October 6th. I was at the meeting. I was the only news media represented in that event. No one else from the news media was there. It was an open meeting to the public. And I was there 2.5 hours. I was at the entire event. I got to hear everything that was said. I have all the documents that they provided to the public at that time. And I listened to every answer, and I provided a copy, a video, live of everything that was being presented to the public. Not once did they say, what do they do? Not once did they say, how much money will it cost? Not once did they say, who's going to be in charge? These are important questions. We got New York City. They want $1 billion for 17,000 people to treat them like the middle class. They're turning around to you and they're saying, are you obeying the equity and diversity mandates from the executive order of Joe Biden? Are you being equitable and diverse? Are you obeying the progressive ideology? And they're putting together 11 councils across New York to enforce that you must obey. Hello, and thank you for calling No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael Voss. And may I ask, what is your first name?
Michael, this is Joe Murray.
Hey, Joe. How you doing, man?
How are you, brother?
By the way, folks, if you don't know, we're on friendly terms. Joe and I are on friendly terms, so we disagree from time to time, but we're friendly. I don't want people to think like we hate each other or something. Go ahead, Joe.
We're friends, we speak plainly, and we learn from each other, and that's kind of my relationship with Eric Adams, where we didn't agree on a lot of issues, but we spoke to each other, and he is someone who can be reasoned with. Now, just to address your point about the immigration request for $1 billion,
Yes.
I think it was the greatest thing he could have ever done as a Democratic mayor, appealing to our unresponsive administration, the president who's ignored the millions of people who are crossing the border. Now, a very prominent, popular Democratic mayor is calling out and demanding $1 billion for just one day's worth. I take everything at your word. I agree with it, but the impact is what I like. Not so much that they're going to get this money, the impact. He's demanding it from the governor. Now, from the president. If the president were to give him that $1 billion, then there would be an automatic equal protection challenge for Governor Abbott to say, well, wait a second, you gave him $1 billion. Where's my $100 billion, for everything that we've done? So I support what he's doing because he's getting the message conveyed that we all want to be conveyed.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Okay. See that, and that's why I like when people call in, because you can't get context out of text sometimes.
Correct.
And so I was missing that your point is he's highlighting the problem I'm talking about, and he's doing it even better than I could possibly do it because he's approved by the mainstream media, and I'm being suppressed. So am I understanding that right?
Absolutely. And Michael, the Equal Protection Clause, you cannot give to one city and then deny another because that's a Republican-controlled governor and this is a Democratic mayor. You just can't do that. The government has to act rationally, and they cannot discriminate. So the beauty of this is let Adams keep blowing the horn. He's blowing the horn that Governor Abbott's been blowing, since he's been in office, and it's been falling on deaf ears. Maybe with Eric Adams blowing the horn, it'll be canceled. That's what I'm hoping for.
Okay. So, and I agree with you. And I apologize if very often, sometimes I get challenged. The way it was reading is, I know him, so he's a better guy, and this is a positive thing. And that's why I was saying, no, I'm not talking about him personally. I'm talking about his politics, because I know I get that argument a lot from the left that you're just picking on him. It's like, no, I'm picking on his politics. And that's where I missed what you were conveying. And so,
oh no, absolutely not. And I said right from the outset that came friends, despite the fact that we disagree on so many issues. And I can send you the articles. I used to write a column when I was in college. While I was on the job, I went back to school before becoming an attorney. And I wrote a weekly column about policing and the issues and the Diallo shooting. And I would interview Eric for these columns. And we would go back and forth and in dispute about certain issues. But he was someone that I was impressed with because he would listen. And you can rationalize, and he would agree, and often he wouldn't agree on everything, but he is someone who cares. I really believe he genuinely cares. And of course, he's got to appease his base, but he's already brought back anti-crime, not the way we wanted them back, but he brought them back. He knows that we need broken windows. That's coming back. I can tell you it's going to happen. He's not going to stand by and watch, people being slaughtered in the streets under his watch. He's just not that guy.
But you know what, Joe? I think part of his problem, and I'm accepting 100% your relationship with him. You know him better than I do. But I don't think, and this is what I've experienced in a few places. I know many progressives, many Democrats. I'm on a board with a couple of people right now. And I just recently had a conversation with a college professor on a project that we're going to work on together. And the greatest thing is there was a lot of contention up until the day he actually sat down with me and we talked through the project, and then we both agreed. He wants to include much of what I was looking at, which is right-leaning, and he admits he's left-leaning, but he never had the access to my argument and why I was trying to make some of the changes I'm trying to make. And I think that's the problem Eric is running into right now. And many of the progressives and Democrats across this country, they're in an echo chamber. I mean, Nancy Pelosi thinks the Democrats are going to win in a landslide. They're in an echo chamber. Call that Twitter, call it social media, call it the press. they're not hearing, they're not around average people anymore. And they're not hearing what I'm hearing on the ground level, what you're hearing on the ground level. And I think
Yeah.
that's the problem. They've lost all touch, and all they're hearing is progressive, progressive. And maybe he doesn't want to be as far as Antifa or BLM. Okay. But he's still way out there. He's nowhere near where the rest of the public is. And that's where these ideas come from, I think.
I agree with you 100%, but just, I'm not saying I'm good friends with the
Right,
guy. I
right.
haven't talked to him at all since he's been mayor. I've just sat back a little bit
Right.
watching. But I got to tell you, if you have an opportunity, go back to when we had those two officers who were killed from the 3-2, the 32nd precinct. And I worked in the 3-2, and I was at the church for the ceremony, and I listened to his words. I listened to him the night they were killed, and he had the press conference. And I was so encouraged by him pulling people together and saying enough of this nonsense, the attacks on the police. He was,
I
and there were
remember that.
politicians in the room with him. Enough of this. And that was in the height of this defund the police and going after them. And he's trying to pull people together. That's the old Eric. That's who I saw. And that's what encouraged me when I heard him speak. And even Commissioner Sewell, who I understand may be leaving now, but I was so impressed with both of them trying to pull the city together at that tragic loss of those two officers. And I really have high hopes for him because of his experience. You cannot possibly be a New York City police officer in the 80s and 90s where we had bodies dropping all over the place, violent crime, Times Square, everything was a disaster.
I remember.
You cannot have lived through that and then lived through the Giuliani Bloomberg era where you saw the reduction in crime, the policies and practices that we engage, some good, some bad, but now you have the benefit of using that experience to your advantage, to the city's benefit, and solve the crime problem now. I think it's going to happen. He's just getting his feet under him. Like you said, I think he's stuck in that echo chamber and he needs to engage, voices from all around. But I think it's going to happen. I'm very hopeful.
I absolutely hope you are right. I hope he can do that. I will accept any politician who is effective and efficient at their job that benefits the most people. And if he can figure a way to do that, I will be happy to say, hey, and be on this program and be like, look, he did something right. He's doing the right thing. I want that. I want to be wrong. People misunderstand me all the time. I want to be wrong on some of these things. I want them to prove me wrong. But I will tell you, I hope he gets on your, by the way, folks, Joe has a channel on YouTube. You should go and check that out. He has some great insight. He's a former New York Police Department officer. He's also an attorney now. And if he can speak to you, fantastic. I would love to see that interview. If he wants to come on here, I swear to God, I will give him as much time. If he wants to take 8 hours to explain how wrong I am and what his true vision is, I will give him every second. I'm not the mainstream media. He can have as much time as he wants. I will publish every single word verbatim. That's what we do on this channel. But yes, I don't think he's making himself accessible, or his people will not make him accessible to that, because I think there's a fear that someone holding him accountable will be difficult, and they don't want to have that conversation. They want power instead. Maybe not him directly, but definitely the party. You know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying, but I have to tell you, when I confronted him about his position in the Diallo shooting, and that was our first real debate that we went on, he was open to it. He will talk to anyone. Who am I? I'm just a cop, another cop. And, he had every reason not to talk to me about it. And he sat down with me. We talked about it. I published it. And we developed a rapport after that. We continued. He's not afraid to talk. So, like I said, I haven't reached out to him since he's been mayor, but I am planning on reaching out to him. And I will invite him. I will inform him of your invitation. I think it's important that he does get out there, and more than the media, he should be on social media and YouTube and speak to people and speak to the public.
And clarify his position. Because again, just like when I misunderstood part of what you were saying, we can only go by, the general public can only go by what we are able to pick up. And if he's not being clear because no one asked the question or he didn't realize it's being misunderstood, then there's the problem with the communication. I want to ask you something else, Joe, while I've got you. Since you're in New York, you've heard about, have you heard about the fact that China, the CCP, have opened up a police station in New York City that are actively enforcing the laws of China in the U.S.? Are you aware of that?
I was unaware of that. When did that happen?
That news came out this week.
Wow.
It's an international investigation. China is doing this, excuse me, China is doing this in 54 countries. They have 3 police stations in Canada. There is 1 police station that we know of in the United States, and it is in New York City. And it is not on the Chinese consulate ground. So they are literally, go ahead.
That's a very interesting point, Michael. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, that's right.
Let me just tell you the legal basis for that.
Mm-hmm.
They have no police power because police powers come from the state legislature.
Right.
Police officers are subject to the penal law. The penal law is what empowers us, and you have to be a police officer in order to have any power. Security guards have no more power than civilians do. So they have no police powers unless they're part of a police agency of the city or the state or federal law enforcement. So I'd be curious to see what authority, the UN has the police, but that's UN grounds. That's a little different. But I can't see a foreign nation opening up a police precinct with no enforcement power. You have to have enforcement power. And so I'm going to look into that.
Okay. And what the international reporting is at this point, which has not been disputed by anyone, and I have written a letter, which I showed everyone last week. I have published this, where I have sent a letter to every elected official in New York State and in the federal government asking for the authority. This is not an operation with Interpol. This is not a joint policing event with New York City or New York State and China. This is, as it is reported, they have a police station. It is their agents are going out after Chinese citizens in America, and they are enforcing, in particular, if those people speak out against China while on U.S. soil, they are being punished and being brought back to China to receive even further imprisonment and punishment, which are the laws of China for them to do that, which may or may not, it's not clear, involve investigations with American citizens, which would violate our laws and our freedoms. Plus, it violates the Fifth Amendment for those nationals on U.S. soil. This is what I am aware of internationally, and 0 people have responded to me. Not Schumer, not Hochul, not Schumer, not Kirsten Gillibrand, Donald Lepardo in the Assembly. I've asked Jason Garnar, the county executive. I've sent a letter to the White House, the DOJ. Both of the candidates.
It's pretty shocking. Yeah. Pretty shocking because obviously, we have a First Amendment. You can criticize anyone, and I can't imagine a New York City police officer being called to the scene because naturally somebody's being arrested by this CCP police. They're going to call 911, and a police officer coming to the scene is going to ignore this fake authority. They're not going to acknowledge it, and in fact, they may arrest them for violation of constitutional rights of someone else. Kidnapping, unlawful imprisonment. There's any number of charges that could be levied against them. So I'm really shocked to hear this. I am going to look at it and get back to you.
In the comments.
It's really a problem.
Yeah, and just so you know, I just got an update from one of our audience members. Mayhem is mentioning that in the New York Post, it's been reported that their, quote, service station or the police station is above a noodle shop on the third floor of 107th East Broadway on the Lower East Side. And that is where it is being located at. I do know it was in New York. I did not see directly. And if that information is correct, and that is from the New York Post, they're saying it's in the Lower East Side. So that may help you.
Again, I just want to make the clarification. There's nothing wrong with setting up a community patrol, but not police powers.
Right.
They cannot be recognized as police officers, and they cannot abduct people for being critical against the Chinese government. That would be an automatic arrest. If 911 was called and NYC responded, they would be locked up instead of the person being critical to the Chinese government. But I am going to look into that. That's very interesting.
Okay. I know a lot of people didn't know about that. That's why I know you're in New York City, so I wanted to bring that up. And I was just talking about the new Hate Bias Prevention Council, Human Rights, Equity, and Diversity that's about to be implemented across New York. You probably haven't heard about that. And once we're done, I'll go back into that and you'll see it on the show. It's also scary news.
Very, very. Michael, that's why I love listening to you. I learned so much from you, and I appreciate it. I'm going to run, Mike.
No problem. I appreciate and thank you
again.
for the call, Joe.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And folks, yes, just like Joe Murray called in and John Cordisco earlier, you too can call in at any time and to add your voice, whether you agree, disagree, want to clarify, want to provide information, want to talk about something different. I'm here for you anywhere in the world to hear your voices, not just in text on YouTube and Facebook, but for everywhere. So, and I'm happy to hear people who say they disagree or they agree or how much they agree or disagree. It's perfectly fine. That's how we all learn and we get more information. Like we were trying to find out, and I've been investigating and I am continuing to investigate the international news that China is operating a police force in New York, which is patently illegal, and who authorized it if that is happening. As one of the audience members has mentioned, the New York Post seems to be indicating that it's in the Lower East Side of New York. This is a problem. So we need to have these conversations. This is why we have a conversation. This is why we inform each other, because the news was out internationally and the major news media ignored this. It's a big deal. It violates every law. It may be infringing on the rights of American citizens right now. You could be next. They could open another, if that is the case, they could open up another division at anywhere that they have a Confucius Institute, like at Binghamton University, like in Delaware, like in California. Why wouldn't they? If no one's stopping them in New York, why are they going to be stopped anywhere else? This is important, that another country could be infringing on your rights on American soil. This is something that needs to be investigated. This is something that needs to be spoken about. And again, just like we said, perhaps we will be able to have Mayor Eric Adams on this program. I will be happy to have that conversation with him. I will be happy to go to New York City to have it with him. I will go to him, or we can do it on Zoom if he wants to have that conversation. And if he wants to explain how I misunderstand him, I will be happy to hear that. I will always give any politician the opportunity to respond to anything that I say, as well as responding to you guys. Now, let me also go back to, and this is important because it is also something that no one has been reporting on. You will not see this in any news source in New York State or America at this moment. This is a program that is going on very quietly behind the scenes. It is New York State by the directive of appointed Governor Kathy Hochul and her appointed Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado, who abandoned the New York 19th District to become Lieutenant Governor. This is what they are pushing right now. in 11, they've split up New York into 11 different districts. And what they are looking to do is to create a human rights council. This is a group that has unknown amounts of power, with unknown amounts of money, with unknown amounts of authority to enforce equity and diversity in New York State. You should be terrified because that's the definition. Unknown amounts of money, unknown amounts of authority, unknown amounts of power to enforce a vague, ill-defined policy, equity and diversity. What does that mean? They have a hate bias prevention unit. That's what they are creating. They have a rapid response unit for hate and bias and discrimination. What does that mean? How are they going to rapidly respond to hate, bias, and discrimination? Who gets to determine what is hate, bias, and discrimination? New York State does not have clear answers on that. This program, the Human Rights Division, does not have clarity on this. It is a case-by-case interpretation of whatever they want it to be. And in the conversation I had on Thursday, October 6th, in person, as the event was happening, as part of the event, that is about white people being privileged, white people being evil, and black people and minorities being victims. That was the main theme. There were several people who are looking to be part of this event, this council, that openly were stating that they had their political views that were more important to them, and that was their mission to change the political climate in the southern tier and central New York and New York State in general. Literally, they were saying, oh, Trump was horrible and he should never have been elected. You can have that feeling. That's not what New York State is supposed to do. That's not their mission, their purpose, or their job. That has nothing to do with human rights, hate, or bias and prevention. That isn't. Matter of fact, that is bias by definition, and that is hateful to many people, and that is a problem. When you have an organization where people who are going to be part of it are saying openly that they do not like and that they are prejudiced against Republicans and conservatives and individuals that voted differently than them, that have different political beliefs than they are, that is discrimination, that is a bias, and it may be hateful. And if we're going by the left's definition of feelings, like they do with Mr. Barrios, like they do with microaggressions, then this is hateful and it is a microaggression. And you should care about this because they're using your money. They're taking your money for this. They're asking the federal government and they're asking New York State, your tax dollars are going to pay for this. They have had 6 meetings so far across New York State. They are going to implement this. Their plan, they're not fact-finding. They are opening this. They are finding out who's going to be part of the 20 to 30 people who are going to be the representatives. They're hiring people now. Now, are they going to be paid? How many people are going to be working on this? How many people are going to be hired by New York State to do this? We don't know. How much money is it going to cost? We don't know. Is it coming from the county, the state, the city, federal government? We don't know. Who's enforcing it? The local police, the state police? Are they going to have an agency that's just going to sue people? How much power is New York State putting into this? And again, I ask you, what is their goal? Reading from the document itself, they will be participating in dispute resolutions, restorative justice, anti-racism trainings. Wait a minute, whose dispute are they resolving? What power do they have to resolve the dispute? Restorative justice, what does that mean? How do you restore justice? What is it they're restoring justice on? We don't know. They did not define it. It's unclear. Going forward, partnering with schools to address intergroup conflict. They're going to our schools to teach kids what? What are they focusing on that our school boards aren't focused on? What are they going to make sure is mandated at our schools, paid for by our tax dollars? And who gets to make that decision going forward? Offering healing circles and community dialogues. They want you to get together and sing Kumbaya together. They want the Bloods and the Crips, the Libertarians and the Progressives, BLM and Tifa and the Conservatives to sit down in a big, huge circle and sing Kumbaya. And that's going to end hate and bias. I wish it were that simple. I wish it were that easy. Developing lists of local resources for who? How is that list going to be used? What's the purpose? How much money is going to be involved? Is that bias based on political ideology? We don't know. Hosting events and activities such as art shows. When was the last time you were at an art show and you decided that you would or would not commit a crime? What kind of art show are they putting together? What does an art show have to do with bias or discrimination? It might. Then again, it might not. And who's actually going? Let me ask you, how many Bloods and Crips go out to see art shows? How many people that you think that might be racist, sexist, transphobes, whatever, how many of them do you think are going out to art shows? Reading groups, movie nights. They want to have movie nights. Come on down and watch the Bros movie, a movie so despised in America that gay people aren't seeing the gay movie. I'm not saying you can't have a movie with gay characters. Fantastic. If it makes sense for the movie, have gay characters, have trans characters. We've had movies with trans characters. What's his name? John, he did all the teen movies in the 80s. I can't think of his name right now. He did all those. We don't care. But why? What movies are they going to show? Are they going to show to a bunch of 8 and 9-year-olds bros a movie that includes a all-male orgy? Should 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds see that movie in the effort of diversity? Is that their hate prevention? To show 9-year-olds a male orgy? Do you think that should be good? Because that sounds pretty pornographic to me. That sounds like sex education to me. That sounds like indoctrination to me. And they're going to do this with your tax dollars. They're going to do this to your kids. They're doing this across New York, and they didn't tell you it's happening. None of the news media is reporting on this. This is happening behind closed doors without your knowledge. That upsets me. And if New York is doing it, guaranteed California, Illinois, Baltimore, Maryland, and Delaware, you're going to see this in all of the Democratic strongholds, Michigan and Oregon. They're going to do it in all of the strongholds of the Democrats. They're going to put together these commissions to use your money and unlimited power, unlimited money given to them by the state and the federal government to change your life. You won't even know about it. You'll just feel the impact. You will just see the result. No one else covered this. No one in the news media. I was the only one. I have already spoken or I've been trying to contact my local news stations about this. They don't want to cover it. No one wants to talk about this. No one wants to talk about this. It's like the police station in the Chinese police station in New York City. They don't want to talk about this. No one wants to answer this. They just want it to happen. And you're going to find out after it starts affecting you. This is going to happen and you're going to be affected and you won't know until the day they come knocking on your door. I have a problem with this. I'm making you know this. You can go and see my review. It's 51 minutes long, going over everything that they said in the meeting, everything that they told us they were planning to do, and the things that they did not tell us about, the things that they did not want you to know, the things that they don't want anyone to know, until they just do it. And that is dangerous. That is a lack of accountability. That is something that has no plan. That is a danger to the American people, both in New York State and across this country. This is a problem, and this is progressive politics. And if there is anyone in the news media that would like to interview me about this, I will be happy to be able to speak about this and everything that I found. If there is anyone from New York State's Division of Human Rights that wants to dispute anything I have said, I will give them as much time as they need. I will be happy to have this conversation anywhere with anyone in the government about this to clarify anything I have asked and said. And I am showing you the evidence. See, that's the difference. I'm not afraid of showing you exactly what they've been saying, exactly what they are doing. Let me go back to some of the comments. User has been banned in referring to my conversation with Joe Murray about Eric Adams, who has identified himself as a practical progressive, as he said on CNN the day after he got elected. In that conversation, he says that he considers it an act of war. User is banned is talking about the police station in New York City. I stand corrected. That it's an act of war for them to be operating on U.S. soil. And Mayhem brings up, well, that's just the only one that we know about at this time. That's the only one that has been brought to international attention. But like I said, they're in 54 countries. They have 3 of these operations going on in Canada as we speak. It could be more. The user has been banned, suggests that we should cut off the UN because it's dangerous. Mayhem said that he's waiting for his privilege card because it must have gotten lost in the mail. It is crazy that all of this is surrounding about these visions of privilege. Dal has joined us. Dal's been working a different shift, so he's catching up with us a little bit late. Thank you. And Dal says that we don't need human rights. We already have inalienable rights, as our Constitution is very clear. The Constitution doesn't give you rights. It stops the government from taking your rights. That's what laws are. They stop the government from taking our rights. It limits them, not us. So that is important to point out. Dow says, they don't need our money, and I bet you there is no way to opt out of the funding this. And Dow, to my knowledge, at this moment, there is no way to defund this. There is no way to stop this. Again, no one even knows that it's happening. There is no news coverage on this. No one in the news media went to this. Politicians, by the way, were exiled. They were not allowed in. My local councilwoman, Angela Riley, a member of the far left, a progressive, went to this event. She was aware of it. She obviously thought it would be like-minded individuals. She thought it would be good for her elections. And Angela Riley went to this event and she was kicked out because no politicians were involved. So everyone who could influence this, everyone who could ask a question and get the answer were not present. Police were not involved. There was no one from the government except New York Human Rights Division. They were the only ones running this. They were the only ones in charge, and they didn't answer any questions. So this is something you cannot opt out of. You cannot not fund it. It is going to happen, and they're going to affect you, and you have no control, which is authoritarian. User has been banned says they make illegal art shows. When I mentioned that that the program is going to use art shows to try and end hate and bias, the answer is, well, there are already illegal art shows going on right now amongst gangs. It's called graffiti, and you find it on trucks and other buildings. And ma'am says it sounds like they want to hit our towns on our dimes. And you're right. They're using our money to do this. They're going to do this to us. Ma'am is asking, where am I from? I'm originally from the Bronx. I have lived in the Binghamton area for 20, 25 years now, on top of living all across the world. So I pay attention to local politics. I've been involved very deeply with local politics. And I know almost every politician in central, southern, and western New York, and Washington, D.C., and across the country. I'm not afraid to have my voice heard. And people know it. And they kind of are afraid of me because of it, so I am told. Because I pay attention to these details. Because I will present the news, and they just will not. Yes, you're in Sayre. So, ma'am, you're in Sayre, New York. Please, either show people my reaction to the New York State Human Rights Division event video, or clip this and send it to people. Let them know. I especially send them the reaction to the event that I put on screen. I'll put it on screen again. The link is in the description of the program. Please show this to people. This is happening in Sayre as well. It is happening across New York. And no one is telling you it is happening. No one is telling you how this is going to affect you. So please share this. And I will go out to any news media agency and talk about the experience I had and show the evidence that I am showing you to any news agency in America to talk about this, because I think it's important. So I can't make it much more simple than that. So I did want to talk about that because I think this is a big deal. And we know that one of the reasons why I think we are not seeing more of this kind of news, why the news media is failing in their job, is because they're not local anymore. And the higher ups, the executives in the news media, they know that Americans are getting upset. They don't want to see Bros. They don't want to see She-Hulk. They don't want to sing Rings of Power. And in fact, when Americans find out the truth, when they get details, they reject the things that are being presented to them. How about red flag laws? You know, we were promised that if you have the New York Safe Act, there would be no more mass shootings, that crime would go down. You were promised that in 2018 in New York State, and since 1999 in Connecticut, in 18 states across the country, you are promised that if you have red flag laws, you will not have mass shootings. You will not have school shootings. Crime will go down. Suicides will go down. And as we have been saying since 2018, and we have presented to New York State Legislature, and we have presented at events at Rutgers University, Binghamton University, as we have spoken at various events, that's a lie. And when American citizens find out the truth, when they are told the details, that there is no due process, that there is no one to represent you, that they will strip your rights and your freedoms just because someone complains, and you will lose your rights, your property, your freedom, and your children, then when Americans find out the truth, they oppose this 47% to 30%. When you tell Americans the truth, when you tell them what it actually does, which has nothing to do with preventing crime, when you tell them that it has nothing to do with stopping suicide, when you show them that it has no impact on criminals or the deranged, and the only thing it does is punish law-abiding citizens for exercising their Second Amendment rights, the American people oppose this every single time. So that's why we see over and over again that these kinds of things, like the Human Rights Division, like what we're seeing with Eric Adams, what we're seeing in California, what we're seeing in Las Vegas, what we're seeing across this country, this is why you don't get to hear the main news, why they don't talk about these stories, why they bury these stories as fast as they can, because you're not supposed to ask questions, you're not supposed to think about it, you're not supposed to wonder how much power the government is taking from you. No, you're just supposed to obey. Nod your head yes and obey. Vote Democrat and say yes. That's it. Obey. No questions, no First Amendment, just obey. Because you are a peon, you are a serf, you are subordinate to the elected officials. They are elites, and because they got an election, they suddenly became geniuses and authorities on everything, and they are right. You are wrong. You must do what they say. Just like when it comes to microaggressions, they're at the top. They decide what's a problem. They decide how the problem is going to be resolved, and you just get to suffer. If there is anyone who disagrees with me, if you are on the left, you're center, you're a libertarian, you're a conservative, you're in the Green Party, if you are a Republican and you think that I have misunderstood, I have misstated anything, if you think I am coming to the wrong conclusion or that this conversation is somehow not accurate, then I am happy to hear your conversation. Joe has called in. Yes, heard John call in. You can call in too. The only thing I ask is, if you're going to call in and tell me that I'm ugly, that I'm old, I don't care. You're going to tell me that you don't agree with my politics, I don't care. You want to tell me what your feelings are, I don't care. If you want to tell me substantively why you disagree, if you have a different conclusion based on evidence either that I have shown or that I have not shown, that I may or may not be aware of, then I will have that conversation. I will listen to your opinion and I will hear you out with respect. Absolutely. But if you're just going to try and pick a fight, I could care less. If you're just going to share your feelings, I don't care. I have feelings too, so it doesn't matter. Dow says, I bet those, quote, art shows are allusions to MAP, or otherwise known as pedophiles, event to indoctrinate and normalize predatory behavior as they move into protected status in progressive culture. Well, that's why I mentioned the movie Bros. Not because the movie Bros is about a gay relationship. I could care less. Have all the movies about that you want. But the fact that it's about showing people a all-male orgy, which is, I've seen the images of it. I haven't seen the movie. I saw the images, and it seems to be pornographic. If you had all women in that orgy, would that be allowed on movie theaters without an X rating? I don't think so. If you had men and women in an orgy just like that in the movie Bros, would that be allowed in theaters without an X rating? I don't think so. And these events by the Human Rights Division, or Division of Human Rights, is this going to be, we know they're targeting schools. They're targeting the youth. That's what the documentation says. So they want to show that kind of event to children? Stuff that would be X-rated in any other way, in any other combination. If you had a bunch of people who self-identified as toasters doing that same event, it would get an X rating. And yet they want to show that kind of equivalence out to children. Do we really want to see that? Is that the right thing to do? You're an adult, you're 18. You can go and see the movies, whatever kind of movie you want. I'm not trying to stop someone from being able to. You want to watch pornography? Go right ahead. Most of the world does. It is the most successful business industry in the name in humanity. Nothing makes more money than them. Porn makes more money than all the Avengers movies put together every year. That is a fact. So if you want to do that and you're an adult, knock yourself out. I'm not here to judge you or to tell you whether you can or you can't. But I have a problem when I see an organization saying they want to target children and they're talking about these kinds of programs to target children with. And they're going to use your tax dollars and the full force of government to do that. That's a problem. And you know what? Hi, Lynn. Lynn has joined us. Hello, Lynn. It's always great to see you. Always happy to see you there. Lynn says, I'm hopeful too and agree. Something must give soon. User has been banned says, I really didn't want to think about this aspect that Dal just mentioned about pedophiles and pedophilia being pushed forward because according to the LGBTQAI++, one of the pluses, that includes pedophilia. That's what male attracted persons, or I think it's male attracted persons. It's pedophilia. And that's part of the LGBTQ. That's part of the bias that they're trying to fight. That's part of the discrimination they're trying to fight. They want to encourage this. That's the progressive ideology. That's what this organization is trying to bring to our children that no one in the news media wants to tell you. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why no news station, no news media cover this event, do not want me to speak about it, do not want me to bring this up to the public, and why no one is going to have this conversation with you. They're just going to do it. Be happy that they're doing it while you're in a recession, while there's higher taxes, while your credit cards and your mortgages and your loans are going up, while it's going to cost you more money. They're going to take even more of your money to do this. I tell you, it's upsetting, folks. I want to, and if we're talking about something that's upsetting, by the way, this is a problem. Did you know, and it just came out earlier today, that we have locations in the United States that are going to be using guards and bulletproof glass at our elections, that on November 8th for the midterm elections, there will be guards standing at election polling locations, that there will be bulletproof glass. Tell me that's not going to disencourage people from going out to vote. Tell me that's not sending a message of fear in American citizens. Oh, you're going to vote? Well, you got to get past those guards first. You got to get past that bulletproof glass first so that you can exercise your right to vote. This is going to be happening. This is in Jefferson County, Colorado. Jefferson County, Colorado is going to require that there are guards at every election booth. And if they're doing this in Colorado, do you think how long you think it's going to be before California or New York or New Jersey decide to do the same thing? I wouldn't be surprised if they're already doing that in Illinois, in Detroit, Chicago. They probably are. Matter of fact, I think they already do have guards there. It's like having the Black Panthers. Remember that when the Black Panthers were guarding locations for elections so that they could protect black people as they threatened people who were trying to go in? This is so open for corruption. And this is the transparency we need to fix. This should be national news. The American people should be saying whether or not they think it's a good thing to have guards, people there to scare, to intimidate people as they go and vote in an election. And we need someone to watch those guards to make sure they don't do what the Black Panthers did in trying to scare people away with batons and threats of violence. Yeah, I bet the news media thought I forgot about that one. No, I didn't. I didn't forget about that. Matter of fact, I'm going to look it up for you. Let's see. It was in January 2008 election. Let me show you, folks. So here it is. The new Black Panther Party voter intimidation case, which was in 2008, where they had individuals, you can see it on the screen just above my head there, individuals with batons that were guarding locations, quote unquote, to make sure that people could safely vote, especially the way that the Black Panthers wanted them to vote. Is this what Colorado means when they say that they want to have guards at locations? Who's going to watch those guards? Who's going to protect all the people? And what the hell do they think is going to happen that they need a bulletproof cage for you to vote in? Seriously, is that what our country has come to? If we are that terrified of voting, that means we have reached the third world. We are now a third world nation. If we have to worry about, because this is what they worry about in South America. Sorry, South America, it may not make you feel good, but it's true. You're going to go to South America, you got to worry about getting shot. If you go to the Middle East and you go and you vote and you have your purple finger, they cut off your finger. That's what we're talking about. This is what they're trying to do in Colorado. And I guarantee you, Colorado will not be the only place. I'm sure that in Illinois, in California, in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Michigan, they're going to try and push the same thing. Over in Oregon, they're going to try and push the same idea to guard the people, to make sure that only the right people do this. And who are they going to hire for the guards? Will it be the new Black Panthers again? Or will it be BLM, members of Antifa? Are they going to hire them? Are they going to use the same guards that Cori Bush is using to protect her privately, costing $70,000? How much is this going to cost communities across the nation to be able to have an election that is guarded and affect the election? Yes, you need guards, you need bulletproof vests, but they're going to check you for your guns and if you have knives. But if you don't have an ID, that's okay. Go ahead and vote. You can't. They're terrified that you're going to have a gun. They're terrified you're going to have a knife. They need to have guards and bulletproof cages. But hey, if you don't have an ID, that's perfect. Fine. Just go right ahead and vote. Just make sure you vote for the right guy, because we're here on the way out. This is terrifying, folks. This is a bulletproof. This is I'm very upset about this. This is examples of what we see in dictatorships, in authoritative countries, where people don't have the freedoms that Americans traditionally have. We don't have a reason to do this. We don't have a reason to do this. There is no example in America in the last decade that would justify this. So why are they doing it? And it is increasing the tensions amongst Americans by doing this. And since we're talking about things that are just making my blood boil, and I know people are like very upset about this. You know, you have to go through a metal detector, you get those sticky stickers to say that you voted or not. And, but you don't need IDs. It's terrifying, folks. The consequences of this is insane. And by the way, Tina, it's good to see that you joined us as well. I'm happy to have you here. But since we're talking about people who pissed me off, and we were talking about illegal immigration just a little while ago. Oops. We were talking about illegal immigration just a second ago. Let's talk about Kamala Harris, folks. Let's take a moment and talk about Kamala Harris, because she's out of her mind. She's useless. She's out of her mind. And she is probably going to be sitting in the Oval Office in January of 2023. We have said this many times on this program. We continue to say that Kamala Harris is most likely, they're going to use the 25th Amendment against Joe Biden to get him out of office, especially if Hunter Biden is going to be investigated. Joe Biden's going to be removed before he can be impeached, and you're going to get Kamala Harris in, who may or may not give a pardon to Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. And she's going to take over. That's what we believe is going to happen January 2023. Mark our words. This is something we are predicting. And we generally, 80% of the time, our predictions are correct. More than not. So Kamala Harris was just in Texas. Did you know that? Did you know that Kamala Harris just went to Texas? You know, the southern border. The same place that's sending 7,000 illegal aliens to New York City that's going to cost $1 billion of your taxes. That's where she went. She went to the same place that is sending over 50 people to her doorstep that are illegal aliens. The same place where they sent illegal aliens to Martha's Vineyard, where Obama has his vacation home, that could have fit all 50 people. All 50 illegal aliens that went to Martha's Vineyard could have lived in the mansion that President Obama has on the beachfront property because, got to be worried about climate change. If you're really worried about climate change, you need to buy beachfront property at one of the most expensive locations in the United States. I mean, nothing says I'm worried about climate change than living on the beachfront of a rich, hoity-toity, elitist city. And all 50 of the illegal aliens, those brown people, as we get told by the left, those brown people went to Martha's Vineyard, and within 48 hours, less than 48 hours, every single one of them got shipped out. They could have lived in Obama's house. They could have lived in the hotels that surround that area. There's more than enough food and more than enough money to take care of all their needs. But they couldn't stay in Martha's Vineyard. Oh, hell no. So the source of the problem for the people from Martha's Vineyard, the source of the problems for New York City is Texas, where 8,000 people cross the border every day since Kamala Harris got in charge. Since Kamala Harris has been in charge of the southern border, 8,000 people a day are crossing. And when she goes to Texas, she went to get money. She got paid. She didn't pay attention to the border. She didn't visit any of the temporary housing for any of the illegal aliens that are in America. No, she didn't do that. She went to help a candidate. She was on a campaign stop, and she did a fundraiser. That's it. She was there to get paid. America be damned. She wasn't there to convey a message for America. She wasn't there to do her job as the southern border czar. She went and got paid and left. That's it. That's insanely upsetting. And we know that she doesn't know what she's talking about because even, and this is Representative Henry Cuellar. And Henry Cuellar is a Democrat from Texas. And he knows that she is failing her job because he said in front of the world on CNN, he was on CNN when he did this, and he told everyone that Kamala Harris was lying to the American people when she said that the border is secure. A border she doesn't go and see. A border she hasn't been at. She's only been there once, and that was in 2021 after she got embarrassed by President Trump going to the border. That's when she showed up. And that's the only time that she's shown up. And it's the only time she's talked about our border, other than to say that it's all secure. I mean, it's like everything that we've been hearing from the Biden-Harris administration. You're too dumb to know. The economy is great. You heard Joe Biden say that. How many times has he said it? You heard it from the press secretary. The economy is fantastic. You just don't understand. Our border is secure. Kamala Harris said so. You just don't understand. It's all fine. Kamala doesn't need to go to Texas to go and see the border. She just needs to get money. She just needs to get paid. She just needs to meet the donors and rake in the cash. She doesn't have to actually see the border, see the illegal immigrants. No, she doesn't need to see the problem. She doesn't need to come up with a solution. She just needs to make sure that she's getting the money so that when she runs in 2024 for the presidency, she can say, I am a woman of color, and presumably we have to believe she's a woman because none of us are biologists, and the definition changes whenever the progressives need it to change. But even her own party had to admit she's lying to you. She is wrong. It's not true. Our border is wide open. The national security threat is imminent. We have terrorists getting caught crossing our southern border. And when she had the opportunity, she was right there. She said, screw it. Not important. Not her job, even though it is her job. Isn't that insulting, folks? Doesn't that make you upset? Because it makes me upset. It makes me insanely upset because we keep seeing these things, and notice the same names keep getting brought up. Joe Biden and his lack of leadership, Kamala Harris, her lack of leadership or accountability, Merrick Garland not doing his job, his failure with the FBI, his failure as the Attorney General of New York. Hell, there was just recently, and you may not have heard about this, and I'm going to get to the comments in just 1 second, but you may not have heard about this. Merrick Garland, he's in the news again. Why is Merrick Garland in the news? Because on October 3rd, he received a letter to increase the amount of censorship on social media so that people who are complaining about the movie Bros, people who are saying that they didn't go see it, you can't do a review on that because that's bad for trans people. Because the AMA, the American Medical Association, sent a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland and the Department of Justice to shut down the internet and to silence your voice. They said, quote, "As physicians, we condemn groups that promote hate-motivated intolerance and toxic misinformation that can lead to grave real-world violence and extremism and jeopardize patients' health." They're talking about trans. They're saying that if you say an 8-year-old should not ever be allowed to chop off their genitals, that the decision to chop off the genitals of an 8-year-old should never be the decision of an 8-year-old, then you are being, what is their word? Extremist, and jeopardizing the health of an 8-year-old who has no concept. An 8-year-old that goes on any given day may think that they are a dinosaur, a fire truck, a toaster, who knows? And they're supposed to be able to decide if they should get puberty blockers. They're the ones who are supposed to decide if they chop off their genitals. And if you say, I don't agree with that children aren't adults, they don't get to make that decision, that this decision should be with parents, not the government, not with doctors. It's a parent decision. And if you say that, well, Merrick Garland should be knocking on your door. The social media should shut down, and you are a bad guy. This is what we are hearing from doctors today. You don't get to choose about your kids. The government will micromanage your health care. They will micromanage your life. They will tell you who you can have sex with, what your sexuality is. They will tell you what gender you are. They will make decisions about everything for you. And they will put together human rights divisions across your state to reinforce that you don't get to speak up. You don't get to make a decision for yourself. And they will use the full force of the government to do that as they rake in cash, telling you, you have to vote for us, and if you don't, you're a racist or a sexist. It's terrifying, folks. It is truly, truly terrifying. I don't know how many people heard about that. Did you hear about that? That the AMA is going to the Department of Justice, to Merrick Garland, to shut down the internet if you dare to say 8-year-olds don't get to make life-changing decisions. That's what they're upset about. That's what they want to prevent. I'm not telling you can't be gay. I'm not telling you can't be trans. I'm not telling you to identify. You want to identify as a toaster. I don't give a damn. Truly, I don't. As long as you're 18. If you're 18, you're an adult. You can identify as anything you want. You want to say you're a duck, you're a cat, you're a frog, you're a toaster. I don't care. You want to have sex in furry costumes. I don't care. I don't care what you do. Did you hurt anyone? No, then I don't care. If you're not hurting someone and you're a grown adult, and you consensually want to do whatever it is you want to do, I could care less. But that's not what they're talking about. That's not what they're speaking to. They're talking about children. They're talking about children chopping off their genitals. And they want the full force of the federal government to make sure that children can make that choice by themselves. Just like we saw that the Democrats, the school teachers, the school teachers union went to Merrick Garland and went out and said, hey, you need to use the full weight of the FBI to investigate parents to prevent them from going to PTA meetings. Now, what we found out, remember, Merrick Garland, we found out it was the Department of Justice that wrote the letter for the teachers union. It was the White House that wrote the letter for the teachers union so that they could turn around and send it to Merrick Garland so the media could report that the teachers union said, no, parents don't get to go to board meetings. Parents don't get to decide what their kids get to learn in schools. Parents aren't involved. The government is involved. And if you disagree, the FBI will investigate you with 13 different charges and embarrass you and possibly arrest you. That's what the government said. The White House told this to the teachers union, and the teachers union sent it to Merrick Garland. What do you want to bet? That the White House told this to the American Medical Association, and they then sent this letter to Merrick Garland, just like the teachers union did, that this is a setup, that this is just progressives saying you can't question their policy. You must obey. You cannot complain. You cannot speak. You cannot have any thought except the ones that they approve of. That's what I think happened there. And most people in America didn't know this happened on October 3rd. Most people in America don't know that Merrick Garland is considering to go into your Facebook, your Twitter, your YouTube, Rumble. They're going to go into your social media. They're going to look at everything you're saying, and they're going to decide whether or not you deserve the right to be able to continue to speak, because you might have said an 8-year-old can't make a life-changing decision by themselves. This is terrifying. Let me go back to some of the comments. I know we're covering a lot of stuff here, folks, and we always do. And we try and bring you the sources so that you can see this. The sources are in the description. By the way, I should mention again, please, if you have found this to be informative, educational, even if you find it entertaining, if you're listening to this while you go to sleep, while you go to work, while you're cooking, please like, share, and subscribe. We're almost at 1,000 subscribers, which puts us into a new algorithm to reach more people around the world. We want to hear your voices. That's why we do this. And we hope that you'll help us. Just click the button, like, share, and subscribe. If you really want to go out of your way, you want to do something great, go ahead. You can make a donation. Donate $1, donate $5. That's up to you. If you happen to be a progressive and you have white guilt, give me half of your check. Okay? I will say that to the progressives. You gave $80 million to BLM so that they could buy 6 mansions. You gave hundreds of thousands of dollars to Sean King so he could buy a $40,000 dog. Hey, I'm only asking for those same white progressives, just send me half your check. I'm black. I'm not even sort of maybe black. Sean King is sort of maybe trans black. I'm actually black and Hispanic. There you go. It's genetic. You are actually authenticated. If you're progressive, send me half your check. Everyone else, send me $1. Send me $5. Don't send me anything. Just subscribe. We're happy to do that, to have that. We thank you for your support, whatever you do. Let me go on. So, let's see. Mayhem mentions that there's been 2 million border jumpers in 2022 already. And that's just the ones that we know about. Actually, it's even higher than that, Mayhem. But yeah, and again, all these numbers we're talking, that's just the people we know about. It could be way, way more. And it is most likely way, way more people breaking our law. And yet, we have progressives who want to give them our money. We have progressives that say that they have to be allowed into your property. They have to be allowed into your house, not the progressive's house. They can't be near Obama. They can't go near Kamala. They can't live where Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff can't live there, but they can live next to you. You have to give them your stuff. Those guys, they're elected. They're special. They're progressives. They don't have to give them anything. But you have to. Your stuff is all theirs. Eric Adams is going to ask the federal government for your money. But, not Nancy's. Not Nancy Pelosi, not Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, Josh Riley. No. Those guys, they're not going to give up any of their money. They're not going to let those illegal aliens live next door to them. Just you. Really, it's aggravating. Mayhem mentions that open borders means open borders. We should let planes fly in unvetted too. Could you imagine that? And actually, we did do that. To be correct, Mayhem, in last year, in August, at the end of August, we had planefuls, thousands and thousands of people per day were being flown from Afghanistan into the United States. We had no idea who those people are. They have never been vetted. So, in fact, we've just let in planes full of people unvetted into the nation, and they are now all across the country. They have spread out 72,000 unknown people throughout America. And we have seen over and over again that they have committed sexual assaults, they have committed crimes, they've committed murders, and we don't know who these people are. But they're across America. Too late. So, one of the things that's been pissing me off about this, and I want to be clear, one of the reasons why I'm so pissed off about Kamala Harris is that right now, and I know I have this here, I'm just trying to find this for you guys, is they want to shut down the conversation. They don't want you to have any discussion about illegal aliens. They don't want to talk about Kamala's job. They don't want you to think about any of this stuff because, and I have the news here with me. Where is it? Bingo. Remember I was talking about Eric Adams? And remember I was talking about the fact that there's 7,000 illegal aliens? I forgot to mention something. See, Kamala didn't check on the fact that there are children at our border still to this day. And that the federal government, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, are flying those kids across the country to this day. We caught them in Tennessee. We know they've been doing it in New York City. And they are still taking plane loads of children in the middle of the night, unaccompanied, and dispersing those kids across America. They're still doing it with your tax dollars. They're still renting out private jets, private buses to do the same thing that Texas did. Send the kids to states and cities that are sanctuaries. That's all Texas did. It did the same thing that the federal government is doing. And Eric Adams is upset because Texas did what the federal government did. And now that means we got to give them $1 billion. It was on, and this is reported as October 8th, 1 day ago. 1 day ago. Eric Adams says he wants $1 billion. The very next day, he gets 2 plane loads of unaccompanied children from the border, the same thing that's been happening when they sent those illegal aliens to Martha's Vineyard. So the government's doing exactly what he says that Texas can't do. The very same thing that he's saying Texas did is a problem is what the federal government is doing, and he has no problem with that. That's okay. Federal government can send kids by themselves, hundreds. We've been seeing this happening for at least 6 months now, that kids have been shipped over into New York and Tennessee and across this country. They have no problem with that. Illegal aliens, no problem. They have no problem with the illegal aliens just walking into New York City by themselves. They have no problem with all of the Afghan refugees being spread across the nation. They got no problem with that. But if you dare to do it as a state, now it's a problem. Seriously, folks, this is crazy stuff. And Kamala Harris doesn't even have the balls to even look at the border, to even visit those children and see how they're doing. Nope, she doesn't care because, that's not her job, except it is her job. All right, let me see where I left off here in the comments. The border isn't about people. They could not care less about them. It's about the cartel and who really runs it. Mayhem speaking about our southern border. It's about cartels. It's about drugs. It's about sex slavery. Because slavery exists, there's more slavery in the world today than ever before. And we call it human trafficking. And Kamala Harris doesn't care. What about the women who are sex slaves? What about the women who are being human trafficked, if you want to use that? They're slaves, but they're being human trafficked is the nice way of saying it. What about them, Kamala? Do you care about those women? No, you don't. You don't care about the women in Iran. You don't care about the women in Afghanistan. And you don't care about the women that are being forced across the southern border so that they could become slaves. Gee, maybe that's why she doesn't go to the border. Because she would have to confront some of these women and tell them why she is enabling the gangs to sell these women into slavery. In America, a nation that was one of the first to fight against slavery that Kamala is so happy to talk about. Tina says, here's what pisses me off, and it scares me. Why are there PSAs in New York State about what to do in a nuclear attack? Why is this administration buying millions of dollars of anti-radiation medicine? Mayhem says, to duck and cover, that's why. It's because they're pushing us into an untenable situation. Because we are about to face 3 regional conflicts with Russia and Europe, in Southeast Asia with China, and in the Middle East, either with Iran. And this is why. Because North Korea has nuclear weapons. And as they have proven, they've got plenty of hypersonic missiles. They've only fired 33, 34 of them. They're letting us know they have the weapons. They're not afraid to use them, and they don't care. And we have China that's saying, hey, they're going to take over Taiwan. Russia's not done once they get done with the Ukraine. We have to be on guard because they know nobody respects Joe Biden. No one cares about Joe Biden. No one is listening to Joe Biden, including Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't listen to Joe Biden. Nobody understands what he's saying. So they have to be prepared for the worst case scenario because diplomacy, which is the threat of violence, the threat of force, the threat of the full weight and power of the most powerful nation in the world, the United States, is null and void when you have someone like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden in charge because they have no leadership and they have no plan. So they're winging it. And you get to deal with the consequences. Now, and speaking about the American Medical Association trying to silence you for daring to say that 8-year-olds and 12-year-olds don't get to make the choice of chopping off the genitals. And by the way, there is documentation out there, credible documentation from international agencies confirming that children as young as 12 are chopping off their genitals because they decided that they're trans. And their parents are letting them do that. This is terrifying, folks. This is terrifying stuff. So it is relevant. This is the next generation of America, if they survive. And Mayhem says there's only ever been male or female. Well, that's not entirely true. There's male, female, and about 0.1% of the world is hermaphrodite. 0.1%. So, and trust me, the left is very, very insistent that you have to count. There's that 0.1% of the world is hermaphrodite. See, it's not only male and female. Therefore, there are 62 genders. This is the logic they use. Because there are people who are male and female, and some people who are hermaphrodites. Therefore, there must be a spectrum, and therefore, there must be 62 different genders. Doesn't make sense. I don't understand it. Nobody understands it. The very progressives that are pushing this stuff don't understand it. It's crazy. And again, if you're over 18 and you want to go by Z, Zer, Zulu, I don't know, you want to be called a toaster, I could care less. Your life, go for it. But when we're talking about children, that's a different thing. So let me go on. Boys and users been banned mentions that boys and girls do not yet produce gametes that men and women do, and it turns them into eunuchs if they were to affect these gametes. Well, that's true. We know that users been banned. It's mentioned that when we're talking about the southern border. What about the chemical weapons that have come into America? The dangers that we see at our southern border being open? It's crazy. And yes, Joe Biden has said that we're as close as midnight, that this is the same as the Cuban Missile Crisis. No, it's not. Because during the Cuban Missile Crisis, we had a leader. He happened to be a Democrat. His name was Kennedy, John F. Kennedy. We had leadership. We had authority. We had a military that wasn't demoralized by the major media. We had Americans who actually believed America's a great country, not trying to tell us that some evil, horrible colonizers. So there was a very big difference between JFK and the 1960s and 2022 today. Massive difference. We are not near the Cuban Missile Crisis because of an imminent problem. We're there because we have no leadership. We have no plan. We have weak. Our government is weak as hell. Our military is weakening as less and less people are volunteering. And so the other nations are taking advantage of it. It's not the same as the Cuban Missile Crisis. The end result, maybe. The reason why in the process, not at all. But you're right, Tina. No media is talking about these things. They're not talking about what the AMA has done or that the threat of the federal government against you for speaking about your voice, your First Amendment right to talk about a policy of the federal government, a policy that affects children in our nation. They don't want to talk about the fact that the government wants to shut down your voice on something we inherently have the right, absolute right to do by birth, a cornerstone of our nation, and the key thing that makes the United States different than any other nation in the world. Because we can criticize our political leaders and their policies. And according to the progressives, according to what's being sent to Merrick Garland from the White House, they don't want to do that anymore. Well, then that's not America anymore. It's not freedom anymore. It's something else altogether. You might call it fascist. Let's see. It's upsetting, folks. I mean, we've covered a lot of ground here. But can you see the lack of care and concern? At every level, we are seeing a lack of leadership, a lack of care, a lack of understanding of consequences. They're just jumping from issue to issue to issue, trying to convince you that you don't know what really is happening because they told you what's happening. And you're not supposed to question it. You're not supposed to think about it. And you're supposed to just vote because they told you to vote this way. You support women, don't you? Because America, hey, look at Twitter, all the people that have those Iranian flags because they support women. What happened to your Afghan flag supporting those women that we have abandoned, along with the Americans that we abandoned? Where's that? What did that flag do? Nothing. Why? Because they didn't care. They just want they want a virtue signal and make you feel like they're doing something to make you feel like they care. They're faking the empathy just until you get to the voting box. They need you to get to November 8th and vote Democrat because they want power. So they want you to feel like they're doing something because they cannot empirically, semantically, mathematically prove that they have actually done anything. It's upsetting. So there was that overseas. And of course, that same emotion, that same lack of leadership, that same lack of planning is affecting us here in the United States. It's affecting our energy. It's affecting the cost of energy. It's affecting our inflation, our interest rates, our loans, our mortgages. It's affecting our kids and how they're being raised and what they are being told to do, how to live. It's affecting everything. And that's why we come and speak about it on this program every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Because you guys make the difference. Because you're going to go out and vote. You're going to tell your neighbors. You're going to let them know about this. Because because as we have shown you, the news media sure as hell is not going to tell you about what's happening. They're not going to tell you that New York State is doing stuff behind your back that's going to forever change your community, your schools, and your life. They're not going to tell you that. They're going to hide that from you until after November. Just watch. I've said it before on the show. I'll say it again. Mark my words. 2 weeks after the election, at the latest, 2 weeks after the election, they're going to mention that the United States is in a recession. They're going to mention to you that there's a food crisis. They're going to mention to you that they're considering the 25th Amendment on Joe Biden. In January of 2023, they're going to blame all of that on the Republicans. They're going to tell you that the Republicans are the reason why this is a problem. They're going to tell you that the Republicans stopped them from saving you, that they were going to save you. They had a plan. They never mention what the plan is. They won't give you the details of the outline of the plan. They've never acted like there is any plan, and they have avoided any accountability. Kamala, when was the last time you were at the southern border? You were just at Texas. Literally, you were just yesterday at Texas. Could you not find any time between doing a campaign stop and a fundraiser to maybe just stop by the southern border to see what's going on, to maybe visit those kids that the federal government is shipping around this nation like they're a box from Amazon? Could you maybe have spent 5 minutes on that? Nope. She had her priorities. A campaign stop and a fundraiser. She wanted money and power. That's what she had time for, not for the danger to America, not about sex, women, and children being sold into slavery for people to use sexually. No, she didn't have time for that. She didn't have time to worry about the fentanyl that's coming across our southern border and to protect our kids and our families from overdoses that are at all-time record highs. She has no time to deal with that. She's too busy making sure that she's going to maintain power for her party and she's going to get paid. That's what she was worried about. My God, no wonder we're so upset. No wonder the rest of the world is looking at this and saying, nope, we need to start voting conservative. That's why you're seeing Italy, Sweden, Chile. You're seeing across the world, they're saying, nope, we got to get more conservative because this is insane. Look at what it's doing to America. And they don't want to be like that. This is what we're talking about, and that's why we talk about this throughout the week. On the J-Rest break, we talk about this every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on our live stream, and why we do we're on with the Liberty First Foundation every Friday at 9 p.m. Oh, hang on one second. Hello, folks. Hello, sir. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. And may I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Mike, Jason.
Hey, Jason. What's going on, man?
Let's see. You got a lot of talk this year talking about. I thought a little bit of the beginning, and then the end had some stuff going on. So, yeah, you mentioned about the government again, where it's being weaponized, to silence people's opinions. and it's being used in the way that it's because the medical experts say that they know what's best for the mental health of everyone, and that if you question what they say, then you are spreading misinformation and you are being, extremely dangerous to the public. And we've seen this when it came to, the weaponization of COVID, and then also now, well, it's always been the weaponization of, the transgender movement. And again, it's came to the point where it puts parents on their heels, and it puts actually even doctors on their heels, because there's only one right answer to the transgender, you know, movement, and that is that if there's any doubt, then you have no choice but to actually administer, surgery or,
Chemical castration.
alterations to the body.
Yeah, chemical castrations. And,
Yeah.
and I want to be clear, and because we have to be clear, because the censors are going to try and shut us down like they did Nick Rekieta, and I'm not as big as he is, so not yet anyway. We're talking about children who don't have a right to make choices for themselves. We're talking about children that are under 18, many of them 8 to 12 to 15, who have no rights to, they cannot get a driver's license, they can't drive a car, they can't go get a job, they can't go out and vote. We're talking about children. These are the people that they're targeting. They're convincing, and this is the people that doctors are being railroaded into having to program and chemically castrate or physically castrate, that parents are being told, this is the best thing you could do for your kids. Your girl is a tomboy? Oh, well, that means we have to chop off her breasts. You have to, because she's a tomboy, and she'll never grow out of that. How dare you if you don't? This is really sad and terrifying. How, as a parent, doesn't that make you angry?
Yeah, it makes me angry, And another thing makes me angry though is about, conservatives and conservatives giving into a libertarian theory of you do you and I'll do me, and then everything we find. And I think where one of the arguments has been lost, and I might disagree, with you on this one, is that I think that when it comes to transgender among anybody at any age, I think that conservatives have basically given up, the mental health, aspect on that. So it basically, there's no question now that, if an adult, feels a certain way, that altering or making massive alterations to their body is a solution to stop them from committing suicide. There's no question about that now.
Well, there can't be.
No, there can't be. And the thing is that by that being foregone by conservatives saying, well, you can do you, I'll do me, and that's fine if you do that to, that person. I mean, look if a person has a mental illness, and is hurting, and, you just basically now said, well, if that works for them, then the thing is that you have to give it up for kids, because the thing is that you've just admitted to the fact that, well, that's a solution to a problem. Chemical castration is a solution to a problem. And if that works for an adult to stop them from committing suicide, then, well, we have to, make sure that we immediately find it for children to make sure that they actually don't commit suicide, and, at a teenage age. And that narrative has been won by the left because, I believe that conservatives have just, gone the libertarian route and said, hey, you know what? You can do you, I'll do me, and that's the way it works. But the thing is, our society does not work like that, And unfortunately,
but let me interject a moment, because
go ahead.
That's assuming that the person, an adult, we're talking about an adult now. If an adult is diagnosed as having a mental illness or depression, then they shouldn't get this gender affirming, because this is stupid. Just because I affirm your gender doesn't mean I agree with everything that you do. It's like anything else. Just because I can agree with one aspect doesn't mean I agree with every aspect. That's marketing. That's the way they're marketing to people, to try and brainwash you into saying yes, yes, yes. But assuming that a person doesn't have a mental illness, that they truly and honestly believe this for whatever reason, even if they're wrong, they have that right. You have a right to screw up your life. There's,
Mike,
you know,
Mike,
I strongly believe that.
Mike, the definition of gender identity, gender identity,
Dysphoria.
issue is simply, or gender identity disorder, gender identity disorder, and it's a disorder because a person actually has a perception that they are, the opposite sex when they're not, and so that is a mental health. It used to be, a mental health issue. They tried to rewrite the dictionary so it no longer is a mental health issue. And again, that was another thing for going by conservatives saying, hey, you know what, we're going to let the left redefine, the English language, and that's where we get to.
But that's not always the case. To be fair, and I'm trying to be fair to adults out there, because there are about 0.5% of the population that believe that they're the wrong gender for whatever reasons, and they get this medical procedure. And I've known many people, probably more people than most people will ever run into in their lifetime, many people who are transgender. And, as an adult making that decision without any other mental illness, there is some percentage of people who believe this. Now, it's the same thing as people who believe almost anything else. They're adults. They have the right to screw up their life forever. That's just a choice. It's a double edge of freedom. You have the right as an adult to screw up your life forever, to believe something that is absolutely asinine and doesn't make any sense genetically or medically or scientifically. You have that right. And I have no problem with that. My problem comes when we talk about children, because they don't know and they don't have the right. And we shouldn't presume that they do. Do you see where my difference comes in?
It's hard to say. The thing is that the real question is that, the amount of harm that is actually done to the individual just because, they do a procedure and they feel a certain way, I mean, it's like I said, the solution to a problem is not the one that is being given is an answer, to a problem ever, in my opinion. Because the thing is, like I said, if you say that's okay, for that person, well, why isn't it for, a kid, why can't a doctor, an expert, and go and have a conversation with the child and say, well, you know what, this person's going to head, off and turn into that adult, the adult that you're talking about that actually seems like, they are, sound mind and they actually did it in a reasonable way. Why can't you justify that being, the case with a kid? Why can't
because
we
kids don't have the knowledge, intelligence, or understanding of future events.
But the experts do.
Doesn't matter. The expert is asking a child. They're talking to a child, and a child, no matter how smart you may be, the child does not understand the concepts or the consequences of what you're saying.
Well, that's the thing. That's where they're going to say that you're wrong. They're going to say they do understand certain concepts, and you know why they understand the concepts? Because the fact is that the doctors have actually, done the research to know that child, will end up the way it is. That's their argument.
That's bullshit. And the doctors knew that if you took the jab, you couldn't possibly die. If you took the jab, you couldn't possibly have side effects. If you took the jab, you couldn't possibly get COVID. They don't know what they're talking about. They say lots of things that they think is true, and they say it very authoritatively so people will not question it. There's no way they can say that a child at 8, 12, or 15 has a clear and complete understanding of the consequences of their actions and the concept that they're speaking about. They aren't even developed, and they don't even have their sexual identity, their bodily sexual identity existing yet. How can you deny something that doesn't even exist before you even go through puberty? So that's where the left, their argument is absolutely wrong.
Well, and that proves the point, though, with COVID, is that then you have to look at the motivation to the experts. Why do experts, feel this way? Why is there any research that actually pushes that? Why is there, research that pushes, the direction that it did? Well, I mean, look, we have the situation in Florida right now where the Attorney General is now telling people who are 18 to 30, 9 years old and males not to actually, get the COVID vaccine due to the fact of, potential side effects, which they deem to be a greater issue than getting COVID itself. And this information now comes to light, after how many people lost their jobs, how many people, were fired, and how many people, objected, to this process. Now they're telling you that you should not get it because of these side effects. And the experts, were so clear in saying that no, you have to. It's so good for you, and you must do it. And guess what? So where's the motivation? I mean, why were they pushing? Why didn't they, look at the research when it was coming, beforehand? I would just
They have
say
an
that it was,
agenda. They have a
yeah,
political agenda.
a political agenda, for power. And the other thing too is that there was, there's massive financial incentive to do so. And the same thing happens with the transgender community. This thing is that, as with COVID, there is this massive revenue, from the mRNA, vaccine. And then basically by the mRNA getting this bad name, I mean, you're going to see some, stocks massively, tank over this information, that's coming out. And that's financial. And the same thing is with the transgender situation. The amount of hormones, that are pumped into individuals, for the rest of their life, not to mention the amount of therapy, when it comes to surgeries and follow-up surgeries and other things that are being required for people who identify as transgender after the surgery is astronomically, cost. And it's cash cow. It's honestly a cash cow for medical industries. And that is where a lot of motivation, push this, it is. The other problem is too is that, doctors themselves cannot stand up against this procedure without being blacklisted and technically even losing their medical license. So, if there is one expert, or so-called expert that actually claims the child, needs to do this transition, anybody standing in the way, will basically be blacklisted and lose their license. And at the end of the day, somebody would rather keep their job and their license, continue to practice, possibly pay off their own, student loans if they're a doctor and they actually have the, the means to do so. Of course, we know how that's going to go nowadays. You want to pay everybody's off. But that being said, is that nobody's going to stand up against this because of the fear, and you see the weaponization now of, the federal government and, basically now attacking parents, for standing up against this ideology. And there's nowhere to hide, anymore. Social media will hunt you down and cancel you. I mean, they already did. I mean, look at when it came to just even the COVID, when you had the Attorney General of Florida come out there and basically, say don't do that. Twitter instantly pulled it, and all of a sudden it's like, well, you know what? Then they put it back up, and that's the way it works. I mean, you and I, we have conversations for for what, 3 years. Not
Yeah.
allowed to say anything objective against this process without you basically losing your channel. Now we're hoping that we can have this conversation because we have a medical expert, and the Attorney General basically coming out and telling us this, But even so, I mean, we're on thin ice because God knows that the radical left wants any opportunity to basically silence you. Because I mean, look the biggest thing I think is just the embarrassment of leftists and the fanatics that said, "Oh, you gotta follow and do what we say," just because. Now they're looking like idiots, going, "Oh, geez, maybe we should have been a little more cautious. Maybe this wasn't the best idea."
But it was the best idea for their political. This was always about politics. By the way, excuse me, for the censors out there, no, I'm not a doctor, nor is Jason. We're not talking about medical advice. We're talking about politics and policy. Very big difference. None of this is medical advice. This is politics and policy. Don't hit my channel yet again for actually having a discussion that the First Amendment allows us to have about policy and politics. I hate to have to say that, but I do.
Yeah, and that's the problem though, is that we're basically now talking about something that already has it is that's already an expert, a doctor within the state of Florida is already saying. So I'm not saying anything other than what.
That's all right. I quoted the CDC before, and they still struck the channel. They still tried to take me down. I was quoting CDC and WHO. They don't care.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that. And that thing is, look, I mean, even what was it? was it Brando or whatever his name is there? I mean, he ended up getting hit over something, the same thing. He quotes it. So he's had to go over to Rumble himself. So they're heading. And the transgender conversation. I mean, like I said, just even having the debate, is hateful. I mean, just by actually asking the question, is this the best idea? For it? Is that the absolute problem? Even be saying that, well, you know what, that may not be that may not be the way to proceed. When it comes to the mental health of individuals. This may not be a solution to stop a person down the road from committing suicide. Just by saying that is basically there's going to be one expert out there who's going to say, you're out of your mind. You better make sure you castrate, that male and pump him full of estrogen, and slap a wig on him and, tons of makeup because apparently that's what makes a woman, I mean, you can't define a woman, but, that apparently, is enough within the mind of the individual who's doing the transition to say that they actually feel more comfortable in that, that in that form.
Where are they going to, it's terrifying to me is where are they going to be? We've seen what's going to happen. There's a trend here politically. We remember Afghanistan. I want to make it clear for people. In Afghanistan, when we left, we said we're not going to give any money to Afghanistan because it would go to the Taliban. And they have to make sure that they protect women's rights. Women have to be able to go to school, go to work, be able to have jobs. And Taliban did none of that, and we gave them $3.5 billion, and we don't talk about it anymore. Iran is right now cracking down on women left and right because a woman allowed a man to see her hair without a covering. And therefore, we're saying, oh, well, we stand with Iranian women, and we believe in women's rights, and within 2 months or less, within the next 2 weeks, we're going to be on to something else and no one's going to care. What's going to happen to these kids that we have destroyed their lives? We have allowed them to destroy their bodies. And then 5 years from now, 10 years from now, what are we going to do when those kids go, I made the wrong decision? What are we going to do?
There's nothing to be done except for fight the battle now. And the bottom line is what you said. The battle, the where it's being fought, it's being fought on social media. I mean, this conversation we're having right now is at odds with the censorship. I mean, in 10 years from now, they'll look back at this conversation, and they may actually say, something a little different. Maybe they shouldn't have censored you. Maybe they shouldn't have, pulled it, maybe they should have allowed, the free speech to go. Maybe they will, not unless, of course, we go completely down the other end and they eliminate free speech, turn into, a complete, dictatorship. But, look at that's tragic. I mean, you're talking too about the situation in foreign countries, these dictatorships, where, women don't have rights, where they don't have freedoms, And the thing is that, we have an administration, that has embraced a philosophy of appeasement, to these people and giving them the benefit of the doubt, saying, well, you know what, they should be allowed to do this, they should be allowed to do that, and financially, honestly, in the end of the day, you actually have to, look at, as far as us as a sovereign, country ourselves, we have to look, at, where our where we put our money, where do we put our investment, and where's it best spent. And, some people would say, well, we really can't afford to be, pushing, social justice within these foreign countries,
We shouldn't do it because it doesn't make any sense. They're foreign countries. Why are we trying? We shouldn't do it, not only because we don't have the money, and we don't, but also, why are we worried about whether or not Pakistan is going to have enough gender studies programs for women? I don't care. I don't care if that's the problem for Pakistan and the Pakistani people, not whether or not I'm going to get taxed more to make sure they do. It's not our problem. We shouldn't be doing it.
Well, I mean, I think as a country, we're so confused, especially when it comes to when we're spending money on this stuff. It's like here in a foreign country, we're actually not only that gender study type thing going out there, but not only that, though, is that trying to actually fight, for women's rights and justice, in another country. We're a country who now has a Supreme Court justice that can't even define what a woman is. So how are we supposed to fight for somebody's rights for something if we can't even define what an actual woman is, And so, I mean, so when this woman, or, I don't even know if we can actually, I mean, can't define it, then what are we supposed to say? And so if a woman doesn't, wear a certain piece or garment, in her country, and she gets beaten the crap, Well, the thing is, first of all, I mean, it would actually be great if the United States could actually come out definitively, with the so-called experts, say, yes, that is a woman, that isn't just, and that is happening to the entire population of women by definition, But we can't do that because we can't even define what a woman is. So, I mean, honestly, if the Taliban just, or, even, these countries want to say, they could just turn around and say, you know what? We didn't define those people. Those people weren't defined as women. That's that's why they were treated that way. And then the question is, then it's like, okay, yeah, well, women or not, you're still, beating the crap out of them. That's unjust, but it's injustice is injustice, and I think that is one thing to find as well too. 'Cause the thing is that the left wants two things. One, they want to actually fight for women's rights, and freedom, because they see them actually as being a weaker, gender in certain areas. And then on the other hand, basically they want to completely eliminate, that, definition of a gender and make everybody completely equal. I mean, you just can't have it both ways.
Well, they think that they can. They truly do. And I want to show everybody an example of what I'm talking about here. Bear with me 1 second because I want to show it. Here we are. So, as an example, that they want it both ways, because they say, this is Josh Riley, a candidate for the New York 19th District congressional race, who I know for 7 years now, and refuses to come onto this channel because he's afraid of answering questions. Josh says, no one should come between a woman and her doctor. Women's healthcare decisions are women's healthcare decisions. I'm proud to, he's been endorsed by a group. Okay, fantastic. This is the 5th time that he has put out this message with his campaign on Twitter. And I've asked him the same question each time. Still no answer for constituents. Did you support the vaccine mandates denying women's bodily autonomy, their choice to choose whether or not they get the jab, even if they were pregnant and for their newborns? And why won't you answer this question? Because it's exposing hypocrisy. Because they believe in women's autonomy. They won't believe in women's rights if they agree with their position. They don't support the leader of Italy, who is a woman, the first woman prime minister of Italy. They don't support her. They don't support Liz Truss or Margaret Thatcher. They don't support, think of any woman who's a conservative in America ever, any black man who's a conservative in America ever. They only believe in these things if it serves their purpose, if it is the approved message. They don't care. It's all about power. We can't, and the example's right in front of us. And literally, if you don't believe me, look through Josh Riley's Twitter feed. You will see 5 times he's saying he believes in women's autonomy, but he won't talk about, he also believes in vaccine mandates. You can't have both. It's one or the other. You know what I mean?
No, there's absolutely no consistency, with that. And the thing is that, look, I keep always, when I look at the overall underlying, far left, and that's what happens to, I believe, the Democrat Party, is that even though their position, stem from, certain rights, you have to, look at where a lot of the pressure comes from. And simply, we know, and I mention this almost every program, is that, the left is extremely hostile to life, and really the god of the Democrats and the leftists are basically the earth, and the problem is that in Michael Moore's, where he states the planet of the humans, look at none of this green energy thing's going to help the planet. The only thing, a solution to a problem, will be, is basically the elimination of human life, and that's where it comes. If the human condition, is thrown on the back burner, then there is no, I mean, there's no progress to go forward, for the existence of humans, on this planet with that ideology. And like I said, it may, it stems from, the far left, and then basically pump through with these policies, to what you may call, more moderate, left, but they're all, pretty much their end game solution is and their, to all their problems is human life. So again, when it comes to, abortion, when it comes to the green energy, policies, when it comes to, their COVID mandates and policies, again, that is, again, that they want to, weaponize, the federal government to make medical decisions, and take those out of your, and like you said earlier in the program, they're the ones who are going to tell you, whether or not you can, whether you're a man or a woman, who you can date, what you should be doing, the experts will tell you whether or not you're straight or gay, I mean, it's just like that's where we are at, in the conversation. It's just a
terrifying.
total, I mean, it's just like, the narcissism, of these experts and the projection of demanding that you do your life the way that they see it should be done is just, throughout. I mean, it's really bad.
It is. But that's why the only answer, or at least the current answer, is people need to be involved. They need to watch programs like this. They need to send out letters to their elected leaders. They need to tell their neighbors, to have these conversations, to make sure that we are making sure the First Amendment is alive in America as well as the rest of the world, because the rest of the world follows our lead. We have to question our leaders. We have to question the decisions they're making. We have to denounce the fact that they're trying to micromanage our lives and point out the examples of when they are doing it and when they're not being transparent, like the New York State Division of Human Rights, that they're doing things behind our backs that are going to affect us. We have to point that out. When they fail in their jobs, like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we have to point that out. And we have to vote based on those realities. I don't care who you're voting for. Make sure you're taking into account effective, efficient, if they are benefiting everyone. We have to do that, because sitting on the sidelines is not working. That's just a reality. It's just not making things better.
No, you're absolutely right. And, I mean, like I said, there's, a lot, to that, because, you're constantly, everyone is constantly under attack. We'll see. Like I said, it's one of the points we'll only be able to make the point later, because, I mean, if this episode does get banned and struck down, I mean, we can't even talk about it without it further striking down other, conversations, unless, of course, you go to Rumble. And I guess, you can have that conversation without having to worry about it. But,
well, everything does get reposted on Rumble, because I do expect that. I guarantee you, half an hour after we're done with this program, I'm going to go to Facebook, and Facebook will have restricted this in various countries for the 25th time since March 2022. They can't say that that this isn't about, and every time they do it, I complain, I dispute it, and they lift it every single time. 25 times since March. Every time they give me the strike and they give me the block, I go in, I challenge it, they release it. It's all about politics. They are trying to discourage us from being able to speak. They're trying to bully us into compliance. They want you to obey, and they are coming at us, whether it's Merrick Garland or Facebook or the Human Rights Division in New York City and across this country. They're just trying to bully us. They're trying to get to, and they want it to be that you comply so they can say, I didn't force you. I didn't make you do it. I just took away your rights. I took away your job. I took away your ability to communicate. I just took away everything from you, but you made the choice on your own. See, we're good guys. That's why they do it that.
Yeah. And even better, it's like after this conversation, I'll go check my PayPal account to see whether or not I'm missing $2,500 out of my account.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did cover that a little bit earlier. I don't know if you heard.
How couldn't you have? I mean, it's completely. I mean,
no,
that
but
right there.
According to PayPal, it's just a mistake. Oops, someone typed that in by accident on all their corporate memos, in all of their corporate meetings, in all the hierarchy to get to, so that it got to the public. It was just an oversight. Oops, no one was supposed to see that, even though it went through all of our legal department. It went through all of the chain of command and all of the managers. Yeah, it was a complete accident. Who could have known anyone would see that? Yeah, in other words, we're forcing you, but we're not going to admit we're doing it.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. I mean, they already have policies like that too. I mean, if you don't, sell things that they like, or, obviously if you don't, carry, certain products, in a way, if they're sold in a way that's not the way that they see,
Oh, I
then,
already got dropped by GoFundMe.
what'd you say?
I already got dropped by GoFundMe.
Oh,
Yeah, that happened 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Yeah, GoFundMe dropped me.
something else.
Yeah, they don't because they don't agree. And again, it's one of those. We're just taking away every option for people to donate to help keep this program going because it is expensive. And they're saying, "Oh, well, we just took away all of your options. It's not our fault. No one's donating." Yeah, okay. we're hiding the show from people and making it hard to search for it in search engines. But it's not our fault that you can't reach more people. Yeah, it is. But again, this is all meant to discourage you and to make you feel like you're alone. And as I say on this program often, you are not alone. You are not the only one who has these thoughts, these questions, this desire to have this discussion. You're not. They just want you to think you are. Hey, hot chicks. So, but with that said, we have been on for 4 hours and 45 minutes. My voice is just a little tired. Was there, we covered a few things there, Jason. Was there anything else you wanted to discuss?
No, that was it for tonight's show.
No problem. Well, there's always next week. Don't worry. There'll be even more. And I am continuing to keep up with the letters that I sent out to every member of government to find out who authorized the police station in New York City. I am reaching out to all the major news media to talk about what the Human Rights Commission is doing behind our backs. There's several stories that we are following up on, folks. So there's definitely going to be more. So with me, Jason?
Yep, I'm with you.
Okay. So let me let you go then. I just want to I'm going to show everyone the thank you for all the people who have been involved in the program. But I always look forward to hearing from you, Jason. I always thank you for being part of our audience.
Okay. Have a good one.
All right.
Thanks.
And folks, you too, as always, whenever we're on, you can always speak with us and call into the program to share your thoughts, your beliefs. We're always happy to hear that, even if it doesn't agree with us, no matter what. And we're going to take a second here. I know it's the end of the show. Not everyone will see this. I know you've heard it before. What difference does it? We're going to, I just want to do this. My little thank you to everybody who has donated to the program. I want to show that off for a second here. Nope, that's not it. I know you've heard it before. What difference does it? You make the difference when you watch, of course it does, chat, tweets, your likes and shares, and your nothing ever goes right with this. I know you've heard it before. What difference does it? You make the difference when you watch, chat, tweets, your likes and shares, and your subscription. You make the difference. From across the world, you help us to keep the lights on and the stream alive. You are making the difference to fight the woke and the crazy legislation that we see before. We at No Soundbites Allowed, and I want to thank you for everything that you do in helping us reach our goal, and your likes, your tweets, your comments, and your subscriptions to the channel. We want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. And this is a special thank you to those who have donated to the channel and helped us in all of our efforts. We will strive to make this channel the best that we possibly can, because you deserve no less. Thank you. That's right, folks. We appreciate each and every one of you. We thank you for being our audience every week to see our episodes, whether it's a J Rest Break or there are other videos that we do every week. We thank you for watching us when we go on with the Liberty First Foundation every Friday at 9 p.m. We thank you for joining us when we're with Rory Sauter and his program and so many other programs across the country talking about the issues that matter to you. You make... Whoa, 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 whoa. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. There seems to have been a shooting at Lee Zeldin's house. Hang on. I'm checking it right now. Hang on a second, folks. So we are getting news right now. Hang on. There was a shooting outside Representative Lee Zeldin's home. This is about 30, 45 minutes, an hour ago. News has just come out. No, actually, a little bit longer, 3 hours ago. So while we were doing the show, 2 shots outside Lee Zeldin's Long Island home. This would be the second time that someone has tried to assassinate Lee Zeldin. The first time that individual attacked Lee Zeldin on a stage in front of an audience on a live stream and tried to stab him with bladed brass knuckles. And the news that's coming out now is that 2 people were shot outside the Long Island home of Lee Zeldin on Sunday while his teenage twin daughters were at home. His daughters are obviously freaked out, is coming across in the news. Let's see. Police have cordoned off the area. One of the bullets was found 30 feet from where his children were doing their homework. Let's see. And crime, and Lee Zeldin is mentioning, crime is out of control. So it seems that he's okay. Let me see if there's an update on the news on this. Bear with me, folks, because as I said, this is breaking news. It's just coming across. Come on. Of course, now my computer wants to run slow. Of course. Go on. Come on. Let's try and see the most recent news. 15 minutes ago, NBC News. Police are investigating the shooting near his Long Island home. 2 people were shot. Conditions are not known. 2:20 p.m., so a little after, right as the show was starting. Okay, the shooting appears to be unrelated. So, it's crazy. This is what's happening in New York State. This is what's happening around the country. This is what happens when you adopt progressive politics, when you release criminals back into the community, when you teach children that microaggressions equals violence, when you have no accountability, when criminals are allowed to commit crimes and have the charges dropped, that they are released immediately without any bail, that they are just, when we have illegal aliens in the hundreds of thousands, in the millions going throughout our country, when there is no law, there is no accountability. That's it. And we're seeing this happen to individuals that we would normally expect would never be endangered. I mean, Lee Zeldin, this is the second time that we're seeing these crimes around a gubernatorial candidate. This is someone that normally we would expect would never be around any kind of violence of this nature. And this is happening in households and homes across this nation. And you see it most explicitly in anywhere where you have seen Democratic rule for decades. New York State has been decades since the 1950s that we have had rule by the single party control of the Democratic Party. We've seen that in California, in Oregon, in Portland, Seattle. We've seen that in Boulder, Colorado. We've seen it in Austin, Texas. I mean, just you can go around the country. We see the crime is increasing because criminals have less and less to fear. There is less law enforcement because they've been defunding the police, because they've been trying to hire social workers instead of police officers, because we're changing the laws and we're changing the definitions of those laws so that we can release those criminals like John Fetterman in Pennsylvania, John Fetterwoman in Pennsylvania, as he calls himself, that wants to release murderers from prison. They may be in for life in prison. They may have committed multiple murders, but he wants to release them back into the public so that they can go to your home, just like we're seeing with Lee Zeldin, to go to your home and shoot up your neighborhood so that they can endanger your life. He thinks he's safe, John Fetterman. But we're seeing politicians aren't even safe. This is why Cori Bush has a $70,000 a year private security. Because they are going to protect themselves, these elitists. But they don't care what happens to you. You can deal with the bullets being burst all around you. You can live with the crime. You know, Nancy Pelosi has a gated mansion. AOC lives in a gated private security condo. You get to live with the crime and the criminals that they've released from prison. 2022, folks, midterm elections. Do you want more of this? We've seen the experiment. They've been doing it since 2020 at the least. Actually, they've started before then, but we've been seeing it since 2020. They're letting the prisoners, they're letting the criminals out. They're not charging people with crimes. They're changing the definitions of the crimes so people don't get charged. What did Biden just do? He just had a mass pardon of individuals that committed crimes and released them from jail. This is what Democrats are doing. But they're protected. They have people with guns to protect them. They have walls to protect them. They live in communities far away from you to protect them. Do you want more of that? Do you want more? Because Kathy Hochul is too busy flying on a plane from city to city to ever notice what's happening to you. Why does Kathy Hochul fly from city to city as she does her campaign events? Because she doesn't want to drive through your neighborhood. Because she doesn't want to have to deal with the crime you live with. She wants to skip over that so that she can go and fundraise and make money like her hero, Kamala Harris. It's your choice, folks. It's your choice. But we can see the results. But with that, I'm going to end the program. We've been on for about 5 hours. Again, I thank you. As we see this news, please, folks, be safe. It is getting more dangerous out there for a lot of reasons. Be safe, be careful, but be vocal and be involved. Don't forget to vote in November. I thank you and I want everyone to be well.